Chapter 617. The other students were all rewarded with star beads, but Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue each had a usable star slot that could be used to absorb star techniques and star pets. Clearly, Capital Star Warriors was very sincere and well-prepared. They were willing to give the two of them a chance to capture star pets. Of course, the dignified Capital Star Warrior University had prepared a pet capture opportunity for the two of them, and it was impossible for it to be a random creature. Vice Principal Yang Chun-san even listed 3 types of star beasts, all of which the university thought were suitable for the siblings. Judging from the star beasts on the list, all of them were produced from extremely special dimensional spaces. The Capital Star Warrior must have paid a huge price to be able to contact a dimensional space of such a level and obtain such permission. At this moment, the two of them were the only ones left in the principal's office. While Jiang Shao was carefully observing the list of star beasts, Vice Principal Yang said, "We're willing to provide you with such an opportunity. Of course, if you insist on choosing the Void Calamity Shadow star bead and are obsessed with the star technique, Calamity Ruin, that you haven't absorbed yet, we can discuss it." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and said, "Vice Principal Yang, do you think little Jiangxue needs a guiding light?" Yang Chun-sen looked at Jiang Shao and smiled amiably. Of course, he knew how tempting the star pets on the list were. However, Jiang Shao was concerned about Han Jiangxue, which was enough to explain a lot of things. Vice Principal Yang asked, "Did you see the Chongming bird?" Jiang Shao nodded. The first star pet recommended by the school was from the dimensional space of Daming Province. It was an extremely special level 5 below the stars. There was a series of dimensional spaces under the stars in Daming Province. Due to the fact that the environment of each dimensional space was similar, they were all named below the stars. However, due to the fact that the creatures contained in each dimensional space were different, level 1 to level 5 represented the degree of danger. Level 1 was the lowest, while level 5 was the most dangerous. Jiang Shao said, "Wu Yao has 2 star techniques. They should be from the Chongming bird, right?" Vice Principal Yang Chun-sen nodded and said, "That's a special benefit that she has as the daughter of a soldier. Others can't have it. If you're sure that you want a Chongming bird as a star pet, Capital Star Warriors University can try to work hard." Jiang Shao nodded and turned to hand the first piece of paper to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue grabbed it and glanced at the paper, seemingly understanding the intentions of the Capital Star Warriors. Star Beast, Bright Bird, Platinum, Chongming Feather. Shoot out the feathers on your body. The feathers have a certain amount of fire and light damage. Gold quality, double vision. Strengthens vision, increases field of vision, adds night vision, immunity to strong light and blindness. When activated, 2 pupils would appear in the eyes and allow one to see illusions and unnatural darkness. They would also be able to see the remnants of star techniques and have a certain level of detection and tracking abilities. Gold quality, 3. Dazzling light. Shoot out penetrating light from the eyes, illuminate and lock onto the target, inflict continuous dazzling burns on the target, and disrupt the target's star power. If the target was invisible, the damage of the star technique would be greatly increased. If the target was a shadow or an illusion, the star technique will be able to shatter the illusion. Gold quality, 4. Cries of light. Emits an ear-piercing sound that causes a sound wave attack to a single target or an area, along with some mental damage. Gold quality. Vice Principal Yang Chun-san continued. It has some characteristics that are not shown on the list of star techniques. Han Jiangxue looked up at Yang Chun-san. The vice principal continued. It can fly, and it's very fast. Whether it's a scout or a main attacker, it's a very good choice. When necessary, it can bring you in or out of the battlefield. This creature isn't small, and it won't be a problem to carry 5 or 6 people. Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and thought about it from another perspective. What the school provided was exactly what the siblings lacked. Without a doubt, the two of them were indeed lacking in perception, dispelling illusions, night vision, and detection and tracking. As a normal Star Warrior, of course, it was impossible for one to have 4 star techniques in 1 star. However, if one used their star slots to tame a pet, it would definitely have 4-star techniques. Jiang Shao did not report the tier of realm star technique, so in the eyes of others, he was no different from a blind person. Han Jiangxue was also a violent output type. Not to mention perception, she didn't even have the ability to move. Hence, it was indeed a good choice to have such a star pet as support. Don't worry, you guys have plenty of time. Yang Chan-san continued to speak. The siblings were different from the other students who were participating in the World Cup. The two of them were going to continue their school days in the Capital Star Warrior Academy for another 3 years and experience another World Cup. Hence, Yang Chun-san took special care of them. Jiang Shao handed the second piece of paper to Han Jiangxue. If the star pet on the first piece of paper was prepared for the two of them, the star pet on the second piece of paper was prepared solely for Jiang Shao. This was a pure output type creature. It was produced from an equally precious and rare high-grade dimensional space, Infernal Inquisition. When Jiang Shao saw its star technique, he couldn't help but think of second last. Troll Flame King, Platinum Rank 1. Lava Body. Condenses star power and transforms the body. Causes the body to appear in the form of lava and inflicts powerful burning damage. During the duration of this form, the user's defense will also be greatly increased. Gold Quality 2. Lava. Condenses star power and summons hot lava to attack the enemy. Lava has powerful burning damage. Gold Quality 3. Lava Dance. Consume a large amount of star power to create a whirlpool of flames and lava that can burn everything in the world. Gold Quality 4. Lava Explosion. Condense astral power while maintaining the lava body. With the user's body as a medium, a powerful explosion will be launched. Gold Quality. The 4-star techniques made Jiang Shao grimace helplessly. Each star technique seemed to indicate the attitude of the Capital Star Warriors towards Jiang Shao. Lava Body. Your damage output is not enough. 2. Lava. It's really not enough. 3. Lava Dance. Let me charge at the front for you. 4. Lava Explosion. Do you understand? Your Belle and I are a perfect match. Of course, Jiang Shao wouldn't want such a creature that was purely an output type. Without a doubt, Jiang Shao was indeed very suitable for such explosive star pets. Although Lava Burst was only of gold quality, the power of any star technique that was tainted with explosion could not be measured purely by quality. One had to look at the actual effects. Although Jiang Shao wasn't knowledgeable, among the creatures of the tier reign, the tier ghost had both perception type star techniques and self-destruction type star techniques. Hence, it was an ideal creature. However, it was a pity that the tier ghost had a very serious weakness, and that was its body was too fragile. No matter how effective Jiang Zhao's healing star techniques were, he would definitely not be able to pull the tier ghost back when it's self-destructed. It would be a complete joke to absorb such a creature as a star pet. As a Medical Awakened support member, it was reasonable for the school to provide Jiang Shao with a vanguard to protect him. The 4-star techniques of the Troll Flame King could be considered a variety of output star techniques. Single target, sputtering, continuous, mass, self-destruction. Vice Principal Yang Chun-san continued. It also has many characteristics. Compared to the other creatures in the Infernal Inquisitor, its defense is the highest. Don't be fooled by its output star techniques. It will become your strongest shield. Jiang Shao scratched his head. To be honest, he felt that he could find a better star pet. The Troll Flame King was indeed a good platinum quality weapon, but second last was 10,000 times better than the Troll Flame King. Jiang Shao continued to look down at the list of star beasts. The 3rd star beast made Jiang Zhao's eyes light up. Putting everything else aside, the picture alone was enough to make Jiang Shao love it. Isn't this a freaking panda? Are there creatures of other dimensions that look so similar to the ones on Earth? Did I get the wrong picture? This is a panda, right? It's holding a bamboo stick in its furry paw. There's also a bamboo forest behind it. Are there bamboo forests in the alternate world too? It's clearly an era of color, yet it's living in black and white. It has a furry body, a round head, and a round body. It's adorable and adorable. Bamboo Bear, Platinum Rank 1. Negative state. lazy, gluttonous. Passive star technique does not need to be activated. Silver quality 2. Round bamboo. Condenses star power and summons a large illusory bamboo stick that smashes enemies within a certain range. Comes with a strong striking effect. Gold quality 3. Bear fat. The star power in the body will seep into the thick fat, giving one a strong physical defense and a certain rebound effect. Passive star technique does not need to be activated. Gold quality 4. Ancestor's body. Consumes a large amount of star power to summon the ancestor's body and enlarge the body for 5 to 5. 5 meters. At the expense of speed, flexibility, and other attributes. The other physical attributes will be enhanced and the second form will be activated. Ancestor form. Gold quality 5. Bear Clan's faith. In the state of the ancestor's body, consumes star power and summons 3 to 5 star power bamboo bears in normal form. The star power bamboo bears do not have negative state or ancestor form. Gold quality 6. Iron eating myth. In the state of the ancestor's body, roars and causes the enemy to tremble in fear. Range technique, roar technique. TSK Tisk. Jiang Shao was amazed. It was the first time he saw a guy with 6 star techniques in 1 star. There's even a weak star technique mixed in. Since when can gluttony and laziness be considered a star technique? How are the star warriors evaluated? Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face and thought, there must be a star warrior who absorbed such a star bead and realized that he had become extremely lazy and loved to eat. Jiang Shao couldn't help but make a sorrowful expression. How miserable must that star warrior be? You should always have a companion with a star technique battle roar, right? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 618. Apart from this weak star technique, the other star techniques of the bamboo bear were really good. Strong strike, range strike, meat shield, flesh mountain shield, the second form of the ancestor star technique, summoning star technique, and battle roar star technique. Jiang Shao could foresee how terrifying the destructive power of the ancestor star technique of the bamboo bear would be. There was a clear comparison in Jiang Zhao's mind. The body of star power of the ape ghouls was a good example. However, the ape ghouls would not sacrifice their speed when they summoned the body of star power. Besides, there is a fundamental difference between the body of star power and the ancestor body. The massive body of the ape ghouls was made up of star power, but the huge body of the bamboo bear was made up of flesh and blood. Besides, the ancestor body of the bamboo bear had a crucial function, which was the prerequisite for activating the other 2 star techniques. Both of them were gold quality star techniques. Jiang Shao decided to judge for himself which one was better. Principal Yang said, "This is a dimensional space that has bloomed in Sichuan province in recent years. At the end of last year, the country has completely evaluated the characteristics and star techniques of the creatures in it. These star beasts are very good, but their weaknesses are also quite obvious. Many star warriors have paid a huge price for them. From a combat point of view, it's a very good output and shield, but in terms of daily life and training." Principal Yang continued, "The country has already prohibited star warriors from absorbing such star beads and has also strictly guarded such dimensional spaces. Laziness is a fatal weakness for star warriors. Star warriors are not like these creatures of other dimensions who eat and sleep on a daily basis and can rely on their race points to fight in battles. Diligence and hard work are essential qualities for every star warrior." Jiang Shao suddenly said, "But it can be used as a star pet." Yang Chunsan nodded and said, "Absolutely. The only thing you have to pay attention to is that you have to awaken it before the battle." Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, "Is it very difficult?" Yang Chunsan explained, "Awakening doesn't mean waking it up from its sleep, but rather stimulating its desire to fight. The characteristics of such creatures determine that they can't have a desire to fight, so some artificial assistance is needed." Han Jiangxue asked curiously, "What kind of artificial assistance? An auxiliary star technique like uplifting?" Yang Chinsen nodded and said, "Star techniques like uplifting and increasing the desire to fight may be offset by its first star technique and biological characteristics. The simplest and most effective way is to provoke it, which can be done with just a few punches and kicks. Jiang Zhao's lips twitched awkwardly. Yang Chunsan continued, "Of course, if you anger it, you might be in danger. If you don't disturb it when it's eating and sleeping, it will be the most obedient pet. But if you anger it," Han Jiangxue asked, "Huh?" Yang Chunsan smiled and said, "Many star warriors have been injured by such pets." Han Jiangxue turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "Forget it." However, Jiang Shao showed great interest and said, "Let me think about it." Jiang Zhao's bell was a soothing skill that could make all living creatures calm down instantly. Jiang Shao even thought that he could skip the part of angering the bamboo bear and just throw Platinum Bell at it. How would the calm Zhu Xiong react? No matter how lazy it was, when it saw its master being beaten, it would still step forward bravely, right? It seemed like the most important thing was to maintain a good relationship with this panda. Principal Yang said, "You guys don't have to rush to make a decision. If you plan to use the Troll Flame King from the Inferno Tribunal as a star pet, the school can make arrangements quickly. The Inferno Tribunal is a dimensional space within the range of our capital. However, if it's the other two creatures, the school will still need some time to operate, even if you guys make a decision now. Of course, if Xiaopi insists on getting the Void Calamity Star Bead, you'd better tell me in advance. However, you know how precious spatial star beads are, so I can't give you a definite answer for the time being." In fact, the school originally planned to give Han Jiangxue a displacement star technique, but the outcome of the negotiation wasn't ideal. If Han Jiangxue doesn't want a star pet, you could take a look at these star beads. After Principal Yang gave a long speech, he handed another piece of paper to Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao leaned over curiously. The star beads were rather good, and the star techniques contained in them were basically a mix of gold and platinum. There were also star techniques that could purify the rules awakened and large-scale continuous output. Seeing that Han Jiangxue was frowning and deep in thought, Yang Chunsan said, "You can take a photo of this information and bring it back for research, but you're not allowed to spread it." How about this? Let me know your decision before the start of year 2 at the latest. The earlier you do it, the more time the school will have to prepare. "Okay," Han Jiangxue said as she took out her mobile phone and took photos of them. Vice Principal Yang smiled and said, "You guys should be very tired. You've been cooperating with the Star Association and the school nonstop during the national selection, the World Cup, and even after returning to China. You can go back now and enjoy your holiday." Wow, Jiang Shao almost jumped up in joy. He found the old man to be more and more pleasing to the eye. To his surprise, Vice Principal Yang suddenly said, "After the start of year 2, there will be a makeup session for your year 1 final exam. Remember to revise your lessons when you go back." Jiang Shao grinned and thought, "I'm already a freaking world champion, yet you still want me to study history, politics, and logic? You're really a good principal. Capital Star Warriors is really a paradise for educating people. I praise you." Jiang Shao gave Yang Chunsan a thumbs up and turned around to leave, for fear that he would reveal his true feelings if he stayed any longer. After taking the photos, Han Jiangxue said goodbye to the principal politely and walked out. When she saw Jiang Shao waiting at the door, she couldn't help but glare at him. She reached out to grab Jiang Zhao's arm, and the two of them walked forward. She asked, "Are you going home? The Wasteland Reclaimers have informed us that they won't disturb us during this summer break." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said in displeasure, "What summer break? It's almost August. There aren't many days left for us to fool around." Han Jiangxue said softly, "Let's go home." "Okay." Jiang Shao thought about it and nodded. He thought, maybe she's homesick. Although a month of fooling around in the capital would pass quickly, she has a true sense of belonging there. Jiang Shao said softly, "Then we have to be fully armed and go back quietly. If the media finds out, our high school alma mater will know that we've gone back. They might come up with something again." Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao smilingly and said, "Let's go back to Mid-Mountain Maple Forest and look for Xia Yan. See if she wants to go back." Jiang Shao said, "She's been waiting for us here for 10 days. If you go back, she'll definitely have to go back too." At this point, Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something. If we go home, should we go to the snowfield for a walk? The decoy now was different from before. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for it to fight a gold-quality creature of other dimensions alone. That would greatly increase the chances of survival of the decoy. Besides, Jiang Shao opened his internal star map and let Han Jiangxue lead him forward. He looked at the 5,098 skill points in the internal star map, and then at the platinum quality level 4, 50/1000 of the decoy. Immediately, Jiang Shao couldn't help but have an impulse. Can I go and verify my conjecture? Can the diamond quality decoy really activate the star map? If it can, what kind of characteristics will it have? Investing was, of course, for the sake of greater returns, but it was also a huge risk. After all, the characteristics of the diamond decoy were all Jiang Zhao's conjectures so far. No matter how reasonable his conjectures were, Jiang Zhao's star techniques did not count. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao whipped out his mobile phone and sent a message. The two of them returned to the apartment that Xia Yan rented in the Maple Forest estate. Although Fang Xingyun also lived in the estate, she and Hai Tianqing were getting along very well. After hearing that Fang Xingyun was going to take Hai Tianqing to meet her parents, Jiang Shao and the rest decided not to disturb the elderly couple. Ring, 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 ring. As soon as he entered the house, Jiang Shao heard the faint ringing of a bell. It wasn't ear-piercing and even sounded rather comfortable. Xia Yan was dragging Han Jiangxue into the house and chatting excitedly about something. Jiang Shao saw two pink little guys with bells dangling above and below their ball-shaped bodies as they chased each other and played around. A bell was flying happily when Jiang Shao jumped up and grabbed the bell below and pulled it down. Yaya Bell's little eyes were black, blinking. She opened her little mouth and squeaked, trying to escape from the devil's claws. However, the little bell below her was caught, so she couldn't fly up no matter how hard she tried. It's great to be home. It's huge and comfortable, Xia Yan said happily. Jiang Shao couldn't help but turn around upon hearing her words, his heart filled with disdain. The apartment that Xia Yan rented was more than 120 square meters and had 3 bedrooms. She could have anything she wanted. Why don't you go to heaven? With that thought in mind, Jiang Shao let go of the bell in his hand and let it fly into the sky. The other bell hurriedly floated over and bumped into its companion with its ball-like body. It then quickly left while squeaking, seemingly trying to comfort its companion. Jiang Shao looked at the two little guys and asked, "What about these two? Do you need me to throw them into the Calamity Ruins?" Xia Yan thought about it and said, "There's no need for that, right? When I came back, I hung them on my bag as pendants." Buzz buzz, Jiang Shao hurriedly whipped out his mobile phone and saw a second-last message. One word, home. So, it's time for me to die in the snowfield again? However, Jiang Shao no longer needed second last to protect him. Now that he had the military officer's certificate and the strength and star power of the galaxy stage, he could do everything by himself. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to die anymore. But then again, hasn't second last already been promoted to the captain? Does she come back whenever she wants? Is she that free? Oh, right. Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something and frantically typed a message. The Guardians of the Night have won the World Championship. Leader, do you intend to give me some rewards? I especially like the Calamity Ruins star bead. It's really beautiful. Begging, what a wonderful word. If nothing went wrong, it would accompany Jiang Shao for life. A few seconds later, there was a buzz. Jiang Shao hurriedly clicked on second last message, only to see that there was only one word. Huh. She only replied with one word, and you even added a full stop? Jiang Shao smacked his lips and continued to type. Really, that star bead is as charming as your eyes. I can't help but indulge in it and be unable to extricate myself. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Buzz. Jiang Shao clicked on the message again, but his palm trembled. A line of words appeared on the screen. Don't go home. Come back to the team now and come to the northwest. Jiang Zhao's fingers trembled as he sent a text message. Although his hands were trembling, his attitude was extremely firm and unyielding. I. Wrong. Got it. Those 3 exclamation marks were perfect. Jiang Shao waited for a long time, but second last didn't respond. Jiang Shao couldn't help but sneer and put his mobile phone in his pocket while muttering, settle it, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 619. The next day, the 3 of them took a plane back to Jiangbin City. The first stop was Xia Yan's house, where Jiang Shao saw his nanny, Auntie Zhou. Now that he thought about it, Auntie Zhou was a witness when he first started the path of the awakened. When they met again, Auntie Zhou was exceptionally enthusiastic, and she kept muttering about how promising the 2 of them were. She then cooked a feast for the 3 of them. The siblings had a hearty meal, and in the evening, they returned to their own home. After half a year, the place was already covered in dust when they returned home. In order to sleep as soon as possible, Jiang Shao had no choice but to kill the partner of the master of sparring in the Shadow Ruins. After all, they were going to enter the snowfield soon. The bait would appear sooner or later, and the partner would have to be killed too. The 3 of them too. They cleaned up the house from 7 to 11 o'clock. However, to Han Jiangxue, it was still not good enough. She had to continue cleaning the house the next day. During the cleaning process, Han Jiangxue really couldn't get used to the scene of the 2 Xiaopi together. One was holding a mop while the other was carrying a bucket. One was wiping the windows while the other handed a rag. In particular, the scene of the 2 of them twisting the bed sheets together and making the bed was rather strange. The 2 of them were the same person in the first place, so there was no communication at all. It was like a tacit understanding between a husband and wife. No, even a husband and wife wouldn't have such a tacit understanding. When they finally laid out the items, Jiang Shao, who was on the left, asked where to put them, while Jiang Shao, who was on the right, asked if they should throw them away. Han Jiangxue held her forehead with one hand and rubbed her temples with her thumb and ring finger. She really couldn't tell who was who. Fortunately, Jiang Shao and Jiang Shao, the bait, were dressed differently. That was the only way for Han Jiangxue to make a judgment. After the cleaning, Han Jiangxue stood at the door of the training room, which used to be her parents' master bedroom, and watched the 2 Jiang Shao sleeping on the floor. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you guys going to sleep here?" Jiang Shao said casually, "Bait will be back in the Shadow Ruins in a while." Han Jiangxue clearly didn't get it. She asked, "Isn't it good to let him sleep here? It's very dark there." Jiang Shao smiled and explained again, "Both of them are mine. You don't have to feel that it's unfair. This is a decision that I made for myself. I've already cleaned up my room for second last during the winter break. You've also seen the huge bed that I bought previously. I'd better not sleep in her bed." Han Jiangxue remained silent for a while before nodding thoughtfully. "Oh," Jiang Shao sighed and said, "I'm tired, really tired. I could take a break. It's not like this even if there are 2 of me at home. I'll bring a mattress in later and sleep until the sky turns dark." The rest was mainly for the sake of preparing for the snowfield in a few days. Jiang Shao felt that he deserved such a rest. Han Jiangxue whispered, "I left the jingle bell with Xia Yan. I'll bring it back tomorrow to keep you company." Finally, Han Jiangxue changed her mind. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "They can't possibly like that kind of environment. No matter how beautiful the starry sky is, they'll get sick of it after watching it for too long. They like the sunlight." Han Jiangxue said softly, "Their feelings are not within the scope of my consideration. I don't care." Jiang Shao scratched his head. She was indeed too nice to him. Sometimes, Jiang Shao would even have the illusion that Han Jiangxue was a gentle and warm person. In fact, everyone who interacted with Han Jiangxue knew that she was rather cold and hard to get along with. Jiang Shao changed the topic and said, "Let's count the star beads later. The star beads are sorted and stored in boxes. I've gained quite a lot in the past half semester." Han Jiangxue smirked and said, "Let's count the star beads before we sleep then." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and thought, "Isn't that a little romantic?" Jiang Zhao's so-called gains were actually the most impressive star beads awarded to the World Cup champions in terms of quality. In terms of quantity, Jiang Shao had a lot of star beads from the Grimace monks. Although he didn't obtain many star beads during the preliminaries for the sake of improving his results, Jiang Shao had killed plenty of grimace monks when he was adapting to the competition venue in Shudu City. Jiang Shao went to the living room and found a suitable place. He then opened a 3x3 space door in the shadow of Calamity Ruins. That was also the reason why Jiang Shao only dared to come out and clean up after killing the Golden Couple. It was the same for the previous World Cup. After the explosion of George Star, the threat of death affected Jiang Shao, who was the bait in the shadow of Calamity Ruins. After the bait was dismembered by the master of sparring, Jiang Shao hurriedly opened the space door again. After entering, he discovered that the grimace monks were eating the corpses, which made him heave a sigh of relief. There was a reason for all of this, because Jiang Zhao's star beads were all in the shadow of Calamity Ruins. Although the important ones were with Han Jiangxue, the dozens of grimace monk star beads that he had just obtained were all with him. It would be fine if the bait was around, but what if the star beads were absorbed by the master of sparring without the bait? The siblings counted 5 fallen shadow witch star beads, 1 white mountain fog star bead, 11 ancient archer star beads, 1 demonic fire master star bead, 6 white mountain snow feather star beads, 8 void disaster star beads, 3 dark sky star beads, and 7 golden couple star beads, 6 clothing couple star beads, 18 silver couple star beads, and 17 grass couple star beads. Jiang Shao told Han Jiangxue about his plans. He wanted to work hard to upgrade the bait to diamond quality and see how effective it would be. The original price of the White Ghoul Witch star beads was around 200,000. After Jiang Zhao's efforts, he managed to double the price of the White Ghoul Witch star beads. Until today, countless poor families still cursed Jiang Shao. It was because they couldn't afford to buy star beads anymore. In fact, many people had mentioned that problem on Weibo, but after Jiang Shao participated in the World Cup, everyone's attention shifted. Besides, even if they could afford to buy the White Ghoul Witch star beads, they might not be able to. Jiang Zhao's savings were not enough for him to splurge at all. He needed a large number of White Ghoul Witch star beads, and it was unrealistic to buy them with money. He had no choice but to continue to team up with Second Last to grind in the snowfield holy ground. Han Jiangxue simply felt sorry for Jiang Shao. He was so tired, yet he made up his mind to train. It was no wonder that he grew so quickly. This time, Han Jiangxue requested to go to the snowfield holy ground with Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao didn't agree at first, because he hoped that little Jiangxue could rest for a while longer. However, Han Jiangxue was very firm about it. Jiang Shao thought about it and reckoned that Han Jiangxue's presence would greatly increase Jiang Zhao's efficiency in farming star beads. I'll discuss it with Second Last. On the 5th of August, Second Last finally arrived. That morning, Han Jiangxue was asked out by Xia Yin to go shopping. Jiang Shao was afraid that he would attract too much attention, so he didn't help them attract attention. He wondered if they would be able to shop like ordinary people, and if they would be surrounded by people asking for their autographs. Jiang Shao was playing Minecraft on the crappy computer and fighting a battle of wits with a wooden pickaxe when he heard the sound of the door opening. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, what happened? Didn't little Jiangxue just leave for half an hour? Jiang Shao hurriedly scurried out, only to see that the screen on the computer had turned red. The person who entered the room made Jiang Shao feel rather bewildered. Staring at the large figure, Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, "Where did you get the key?" Second Last threw the string of keys on the tray at the door and looked at Jiang Shao quietly without saying anything. "Hello," Jiang Shao asked while waving at Second Last, who was right in front of him. Second Last gestured at Jiang Shao with her finger. Jiang Shao walked forward in bewilderment, but Second Last pressed her hand on his head and rubbed it forcefully. She then said in a hoarse voice, "You've done well." Jiang Shao hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at Second Last in displeasure. "Why are you rubbing me? I thought you were going to kiss me, hug me, and raise me up high. What a waste of affection." Second Last looked at Jiang Zhao's aggrieved expression, which eased up a little. She put on her slippers and strode into the house. She then headed straight to Jiang Zhao's single bedroom. As soon as she opened the door, Second Last was stunned to see that there were only bookshelves left in the room. There were books, trophies, and photos that Jiang Shao had won in high school. There was also a wooden wardrobe that seemed to be rather valuable. What was even more valuable was the huge double bed that was leaning against the window sill on the north side. Visually speaking, it took up almost 2/3 of the room. The sky blue bed sheets and quilt looked rather comfortable. On the other hand, second last had already recalled the scene of her snuggling up on Jiang Zhao's single bed every day. Second last strode in and placed her handbag on the bedside table. She then sat on a large bed and tried to sit up and down. She then said in a hoarse voice, "You bought it." Jiang Shao humphed and leaned against the doorframe. "You're a bully, and I didn't dare to resist. Hence, I had no choice but to swallow my anger." Second last finally smiled and said, "You fulfilled your promise to them. Now, you have a story that you can tell us about." Jiang Shao walked in and sat down on the bed. He said, "It's time for the next story. I hope my life is a collection of stories." Second last said, "You want to enter the snowfield again to increase the level of blessing and decoy." Jiang Shao clicked his tongue and asked in bewilderment, "How did you know? Why not Bell and Imprint? Nostalgia and Dawn? Those star beads are in Beijiang province too." Second last shook her head and said, "I remember how eager you were when you went to the snowfield previously. Your goal is to upgrade the decoy and explore the upper latitudes." "Wow, do you know me that well?" Second last said, "That's why I'm back." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "I want to farm star beads and upgrade the quality of my star techniques. Training is my secondary task. I'm going to bring Han Jiangxue along." Second last said, "Sure." Second last then reached for the black handbag and picked up a star bead from it. She then handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao grabbed it, and a piece of information popped up in his head. Void Calamity star bead. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Second last might not be talkative, but she was serious about getting things done. The star bead was a crucial one. Jiang Shao couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Thank you. That's great." Second last reached out and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head gently. Her cold eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. "You deserve this." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and couldn't be bothered anymore. What kind of magical effects would the diamond-level space-time gap and calamity ruin have? "Finally, I'm going to get a diamond." Jiang Shao stood up and walked out. "Your toiletries have all been prepared in the bathroom. The clothes in the closet were bought by Han Jiangxue for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shao stood at the door of the room and turned to look at second last. "Take a shower first. I'll go study the star beads. I'll tell you the story of how I poached her for you later." Second last said, "Poached her." Jiang Zhao's voice gradually faded away. "Ah, that girl originally wanted to join the Mountain Crusher Army or the Wasteland Reclaimers, but she was tempted by me to join the Guardians of the Night. That girl is arrogant and looks down on everyone. I'm thinking of throwing her in your hands to hone her skills. She's a good material, and the degree of arrogance in her personality is directly proportional to her output." Second last nodded casually and got up to open the door of the wardrobe with a peculiar expression on her face. She wasn't very sure if Han Jiangxue or Jiang Shao had bought the pair of hot pants. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 620. It's the last few days. I'll vote for the toxic healer. Void Calamity star bead. Absorb, absorb, and absorb again. The Calamity Ruin star bead shattered in Jiang Zhao's hands. Star beads were almost impossible to destroy, and countless people had proven that. However, when one absorbed it, it would appear in the form of fragments, so it looked as if it had been crushed by someone. When the 9 Void Calamity Ruin star beads disappeared in Jiang Zhao's hands one by one, he felt a large amount of star power lingering around his body. There were already 2 pieces of information in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Space-Time Rift, Diamond Quality Level 0, Calamity Ruin, Diamond Quality Level 0. Jiang Shao was no longer the poor kid he used to be. Although he was still poor, he no longer had to wait for training to absorb star beads. He no longer needed to replenish his star power and improve the quality of his star techniques. He could now waste some star power for the sake of improving the quality of his star techniques. So, What were the changes between the diamond quality space-time rift and the calamity ruin? 1. Space-time rift. Cleverly uses space-time to make you a true fanatic. Consumes a large amount of star power to teleport. 2. Calamity ruin. Summons a space ruin that is the same as the calamity ruin. Jiang Shao thought about it carefully. The introduction of the calamity ruin did not change much, but the space-time rift, the last sentence of the platinum quality space-time rift, was short-distance teleportation. Clearly, the short distance was gone. Wow! Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Although the description of the star technique was rather vague, there was no doubt that the current space-time rift could allow Jiang Shao to teleport further. Jiang Shao suddenly had a bold idea. Jiang Shao closed his eyes and recalled the bathroom of the hotel he used to stay in Japan's Edo City. All of a sudden, his figure flashed. Jiang Shao hurriedly opened his eyes. The windows were wide open, and a breeze was blowing through the curtains. Jiang Shao was still sitting in his living room without moving at all. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, okay, I really thought too much. Am I really going to teleport on the spot? What happened to the short-distance teleportation? I can't teleport from China to Japan? Wasn't he too weak? The more serious problem was that not only did Jiang Shao not teleport away, but his star power had also decreased by 2 levels. The star technique didn't succeed, and it even reduced my star power storage by so much. That reminded Jiang Shao that he had to pay attention to that small detail. If the total amount of star power that Jiang Shao had during the galaxy stage was divided into 10 portions, Jiang Shao would have consumed 2 portions of star power just now. If Jiang Shao had upgraded the space-time rift to diamond quality when he was in the nebula stage, he wouldn't have been able to flash at all. The spatial star technique really consumed star power. Jiang Shao took a deep breath and tried to get closer to his destination. How about the capital Star Warrior? In Xia Yan's room in Maple Grove Estate, there shouldn't be anyone there. Just do it. Jiang Shao closed his eyes again and recalled Xia Yan's home in the capital, the living room. And then Jiang Zhao's figure flashed, and he opened his eyes again. The breeze was still blowing against the curtains. It was a hot summer day, and Jiang Zhao's heart was indeed cold from the breeze. So infuriating. Jiang Shao stood up and closed the big window in the living room before returning to the sofa and sitting down. I'm going to be in the same city, right? Jiang Shao grinned and thought, where should I go? I should find a familiar place that's safer. I'll go to Xia Yan's villa. Why does this damned rich second-generation heir have homes everywhere? Jiang Shao closed his eyes and thought about Xia Yan's villa in Jiangbin City. He had just eaten there yesterday and was very familiar with the environment there. Whoosh! Jiang Shao suddenly heard someone humming softly from afar. There are many stories in the small city. It's full of joy and joy. If you come to the small city, Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. Is that Annie Zhou's voice? Jiang Shao looked at the dining room and saw that there was no one around. He placed one hand on the door frame of the dining room and quietly tilted his head to look outside, only to see that Annie Zhou was sweeping the floor while humming. She seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Wow, success. At least I can teleport in the same city. Jiangbin City was a second-tier city, after all, and Jiang Zhao's home was in Dongqing District, which was rather far from Xia Yan's home. Jiang Shao waved his hand at Aunt Zhou's back and bade her farewell. His body flashed again. Annie Zhou didn't even notice that he had disappeared and was still cleaning the living room. Jiang Shao returned to his home and sat on the sofa in the living room again. Huh? A bewildered voice asked. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see that second last was standing in front of the big window in the living room. She was still in the position of opening the window and staring at him with her long and narrow eyes. Second last asked, "Where did you go?" Jiang Zhao's response was, "Whoa." Jiang Shao dragged his voice and sized second last up. She had just taken a shower, and her cheeks were flushed. Her long black hair was draped behind her, and she was wearing a white blouse. Due to the size of the clothes that Jiang Shao had chosen, the blouse was a little loose, but it made her seem even more languid and alluring. It couldn't be helped because it wasn't easy to find a blouse of that size. Hence, he had no choice but to order one online. Clearly, there was a problem with the size of the blouse. The baggy shirt slightly covered her hot pants, and when he looked down, he saw her long and slender legs. It was no wonder that Jiang Xiao was moaning and moaning nonstop. Second last was tall and had a well-proportioned figure. Her beautiful legs, second last tightened her grip on the window handle and frowned. Her long and narrow eyes were rather menacing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Jiang Xiao also clearly felt that something was amiss. His voice became softer and softer, and he continued to moan a few more times. He then muttered softly, "The Hua family fist's moves are flexible." Second last raised her eyebrows slightly and crossed her arms before raising her chin at Jiang Xiao, gesturing for him to continue. A peculiar smile appeared on second last's face as she strode forward and sat on the sofa. She then said in a hoarse voice, "Interesting lyrics." Jiang Xiao immediately nodded and said, "You're a genius. You save people from danger." Second last leaned back and placed her feet on the coffee table. "Where did you go just now?" Jiang Xiao turned his head away and thought to himself, "I was wrong. I should have bought you a few hundred sets of training clothes and wrapped your legs tightly." "I'm asking you a question," second last said as she tilted her head lazily and looked at Jiang Xiao. "The quality of the space-time rift has finally increased. I tried to go to Neon and the capital just now, but I didn't succeed. However, I succeeded in going to Xiaoyan's home. That's across several cities." Jiang Xiao regained his senses and said, "I can teleport further than before. I tried to go to Japan and the capital just now, but I didn't succeed." Second last's eyes glistened, and she said softly, "Okay." Jiang Xiao continued, "I still want to experiment, but I need your cooperation." Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Xiao first extended his hand and connected a ray of countercurrent light to second last's body, after which the remaining star power in his body was instantly replenished. "Wonderful!" Jiang Xiao then froze in shock. Second last's eyes froze, and she seemed to have sensed something. Of course, she knew that her star power was being sucked away by Jiang Xiao, but Jiang Xiao seemed to have changed. In fact, that was indeed the case. Under the instantaneous infusion of a large amount of star power, Jiang Xiao received a message in his internal star map. Star Power Upgrade. Galaxy Stage Level 2. Jiang Xiao was astonished and thought to himself, "I can't even get 9 platinum star beads done, yet second last managed to increase my star power by a small level." Jiang Xiao advanced to the Galaxy Stage during the qualifiers for the national team. He then followed second last to Kongjin and experienced the World Cup for more than 40 days. In terms of physical training, it was, of course, sufficient. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but clench his fists, for it proved that his body could completely keep up with the pace of the Galaxy Stage. Although it was only a small level, it was a very good sign. Second last sensed Jiang Xiao's peculiarity, but apart from Jiang Xiao, the other Star Warriors were only divided into 4 levels, namely the early, middle, late, and peak. There were only 4 thresholds, and they weren't as detailed as Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Second last didn't have any thoughts about level 1 or level 2 in her mind. She simply thought that Jiang Zhao's star power had improved, and although there was no surge of star power, Jiang Zhao's growth was real. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath to calm himself down. He then stretched his hand out and placed it on second last's shoulder before grabbing it forcefully. Second last looked at Jiang Xiao curiously, and at the next moment, the two of them flashed and appeared next to the clothes rack at the door of the house. This time, the teleportation had nothing to do with distance, but it showed a qualitative leap in the space-time gap. The diamond quality space-time gap could actually bring people along. Second last reaction was extremely fast, and she immediately stood up from her lying position before landing on the ground steadily. Her eyes were glistening with a scorching light as she looked down at Jiang Xiao and said, "Such a star technique is of great strategic significance. You used to be unable to teleport while bringing people along, right?" Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. Second last seemed to be a person who was always moving forward. She only gave Jiang Xiao some time to rejoice. After more than 10 seconds, she said, "Has the quality of your shadow of Calamity Ruins improved too?" Huh? Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and was still calculating the star power that he had just consumed. After the total amount of star power increased by a small level, the total amount of star power that he originally needed to consume was now 5 portions. Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. Second last said, the ruins of the shadow of disaster. Jiang Shao grinned and said, Okay, what are you rushing me for? Do you think you're the landlord? Second last was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 6:21. I hope everyone has a good time reading to the 4,600-word chapter. It's the end of the month. Vote for the toxic healer. Jiang Shao walked to the middle of the living room and sat down. He then opened a space door that was parallel to the ceiling. It was originally 3 by 3, but now it's 5 by 5. Before Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the ground, could say anything, the decoy in the Scourge ruins, Jiang Shao, had already sensed the huge changes in the space. The room that was originally 100 square meters in size had now changed slightly. The grayish-white stone floor and the grayish-white stone pillars that had long disappeared had been restored to their original state. What does that mean? Space reset? Jiang Shao broke out in a cold sweat. It didn't matter if the scene was reset, but the people in the scene couldn't reset it. Second last crouched down and carefully walked towards Jiang Shao before leaping into the space. Jiang Shao also stood up and leaped, after which the space door immediately closed. Second last raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the decoy, Jiang Shao, who was lying on the small single bed, rubbing his head and looking drowsy. So you move the bed here, Jiang Shao said. It's okay, there's no apocalyptic dragon here. The bed won't explode if I sleep here. Second last was slightly stunned and asked, What? The two Jiang Shao scratched their heads in unison. I've been playing too much of Minecraft, sorry. Second last said, Computer games. Jiang Shao said, Okay. To his surprise, second last actually said, It's good to relax. Of course, second last knew what kind of person Jiang Shao was. When the two of them were taking care of the apprentices in the night disaster mountain, Jiang Shao had been hacking at the huge rock in the wilderness for several months. Hence, she hoped that Jiang Shao could have some leisure and entertainment. Jiang Shao asked, Why don't you measure the height? Second last waved her hand, and a dark silver spear appeared in her hand. She then stabbed the spear head into the ground and gathered star power in her hand, causing the spear to extend continuously. Jiang Shao also discovered the uniqueness of her star technique. As the body of the spear lengthened, the star power in the spear that was made of star power also became thinner and more fragile. When the spear reached the same length as the grayish-white stone pillars that connected the ceiling to the ground, second last said, Almost. In the distance, Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the bed and yawning, measured second last height and asked, 9 meters? Second last said, It should be 1 meter under your feet, too. TSK. Jiang Shao clicked his tongue in wonder. What does it look like? The spear in second last hand turned into a bow and arrow that was shot into the distance. Ding! The silver bow drew a long line, crossed a few grayish-white stone pillars, and nailed itself into a wall of air. Behind the wall of air was a vast and misty, starry sky. Second last turned around while overflowing with star power. Her long black hair danced gently as she knocked her bow and shot another arrow. Second last shot arrows in 8 directions. The 3 of them identified the length and width of the arrows and found the 4 corners of the space. Jiang Shao couldn't help but be astonished. A rough estimate was that it was about half the size of a football field. 60*60*10. This was no longer a small space. In the distance, second last, who was standing in a corner of the Scourge ruins, said, It seems that you have a small world. Jiang Shao placed his hands on his hips and stared at the distant corner through the grayish-white stone pillars. He didn't have second last abilities. He stood in the opposite corner and couldn't see second last at all under the dim sky. Jiang Shao said, It seems that I have to keep some pets here for lighting. By the way, where are the black and white candles that I sent out for research? In the darkness, second last said, When we get back, we'll ask them for them. Jiang Shao said, okay, when Han Jiangxue comes back, let her throw a bunch of flame skulls in. At this point, Jiang Shao suddenly had a bold idea. Is it possible? Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and he stood in place. Okay, if I don't open the space door, I can't flash out because the dimension is different, right? Jiang Shao wanted to flash back to the living room. In that case, second last would never be able to come out. TSK, that's an interesting idea. Second last walked over from afar and asked, it's just that the space has become bigger. There aren't any other new functions. Jiang Shao thought hard for a long time, but he didn't know what new functions he could come up with or what new functions he could add. However, to be honest, it was much bigger than before. It had changed from a residential house to half a football field, and there was a huge change in height too. It could even be used as a PK arena. Jiang Shao tried to experiment again, but he didn't find any peculiar ways to play. Hence, he left the Scourge ruins with second last and returned to his residence. What do you want to eat for lunch? Jiang Shao was secretly delighted. The improvement of the quality of the two-star techniques and the experimental results were great, so he was in a great mood too. Second last's long hair, which was slightly damp after the shower, was almost dry. She sat on the sofa and coiled her hair into a bun at the back of her head. A few strands of her long hair fell on both sides of her forehead. Her hairstyle was loose and lackadaisical, which made her seem less menacing. Second last said, don't eat too much. We'll set off for the snowfield in the afternoon. Jiang Shao frantically said, don't. Let's go tomorrow. At least give Han Jiangxue some time to prepare. Second last didn't say anything else. Jiang Shao continued, I'll go get you some medicine. It's been so long, it's time to celebrate. Why don't we go to Uncle Yu's store for some skewers? Although it's not suitable for me to go out now, there don't seem to be many customers there. Second last said, if you want to talk, let's stay at home. By the way, let me tell you that Shadow Crow and Tengu have already been recruited by me, and they each lead a light-chasing team. I have 3 teams under me, and 1 team is still being formed. There's an empty team leader position, and I've taken a fancy to someone. Jiang Shao asked, huh? Do I know him? Second last shook her head and said, you haven't seen him before. His codename is Great Sage, and he's a very loyal soldier. He's tenacious, brave, and meticulous. He's very suitable to be the vanguard of the 3 teams. The Tengu team will be in the middle, while the Shadow Crow team will be in charge of reconnaissance, support, and assassination. The battle style of the 3 teams has already taken shape. Hush, Jiang Shao whistled and said, that's a good idea. Second last said, I need to test them. Maybe after you start school. Jiang Shao asked so. Second last said, so you have to rush back to the northwest as soon as you receive my call. Jiang Shao said matter-of-factly, yes, madam. Second last turned around and glanced at Jiang Shao before asking, who's the person you mentioned that you recommended? Ho Mingming, the one who ranked 12th in the individual competition. You can easily find all her information. Jiang Shao suddenly raised a finger and said, I'll go buy some skewers first. Let's chat while we celebrate. Jiang Shao then picked up his mobile phone and disappeared without a trace while second last watched. At 10:30 a.m., Uncle Yu's store was empty and Auntie Yu was still sitting behind the small counter, taking a nap. Jiang Shao suddenly appeared there, but there was no movement at all. Jiang Shao had also finally discovered the industry that he was suitable for. Delivery. How many orders would he be able to deliver in a day with his diamond-level teleportation? How many good reviews would he receive? The other delivery men would probably be so envious of him that they would cry. Jiang Shao gently woke Auntie Yu up, giving her a great shock. Even after Jiang Shao finished ordering, Auntie Yu was still wondering why the doorbell didn't ring. When Jiang Shao pushed the door open and entered, Jiang Shao sent a WeChat message to Han Jiangxue to confirm the time for lunch. After a while, Xiaoyan also sent a WeChat message to him, saying that she wanted a freeload for lunch and asked him to prepare some food and drinks. Feeling helpless, Jiang Shao ordered some more skewers and bought a box of beer. 20 minutes later, Jiang Shao appeared in the kitchen with 2 bags of skewers, a box of beer under his armpit, and 2 bottles of liquor in his pocket. Second last was watching the television lazily and seemed to have heard the commotion in the kitchen. She tilted her head and looked at Jiang Xiao, only to see that he was too lazy to move at all. She didn't seem to have any intention of helping him at all. More than 10 minutes later, the door opened and Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin returned. Xia Yin was talking to Han Jiangxue excitedly when she saw the huge woman on the sofa. Xia Yin stared at second last in bewilderment and fell silent all of a sudden. "Let's eat." Jiang Xiao raised his head and gulped down some beer before walking out of the kitchen and tossing a bottle to Xia Yin. Han Jiangxue looked at the beer in Jiang Zhao's hand with a frown before turning to look at second last. "Hello." "Okay," second last answered casually before getting up and walking towards the bathroom. "Gulp, gulp." Xia Yin opened the can and raised her head to gulp it down. The alcohol flowed down the corners of her mouth, and she downed the entire can in one go. She then pinched the can and said, "PSH." Jiang Xiao stepped forward and grabbed the bag from Han Jiangxue's hand. He had no idea what clothes she had bought for him. "Hence," he muttered, "look at how thirsty the child is. Why didn't you buy her a bottle of water?" Xia Yin was speechless. At the dining table, Han Jiangxue ate the meat quietly while Xia Yin held onto a beer in one hand. She was unusually quiet and obedient as she sized Han Jiangxue up curiously. When Xia Yin first met second last, she was treated as a prisoner and thrown into the snowfield prison. Xia Yin didn't have a good impression of the female tyrant. Who would have thought that she would one day be eating skewers with the tyrant? Second last held the fishtail in one hand and tilted her head while eating the grilled cod. She listened to Jiang Zhao's words and hummed from time to time. Regardless of how many people were around her or who they were, her style had never changed. "Burp." Xia Yin burped again. Jiang Xiao was still telling second last about Hong Mingming's characteristics when he heard her burp. Xia Yin also sensed Jiang Zhao's gaze and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose at him, seemingly asking him what he was looking at. Jiang Xiao suddenly said with a smile, "Actually, our lineup is pretty good too. We have 2 agility type, 1 mage, and 1 support." Upon hearing his words, second last turned to look at the other 2 little guys. 2 seconds later, she shook her head gently. Xia Yin was immediately displeased. Although there was no disdain in second last's eyes, it was obvious that the female tyrant didn't like her at all. Han Jiangxue pressed her hand against Xia Yin's thigh under the table. Second last wasn't the only one who looked down on Xia Yin. She looked down on Han Jiangxue too. Jiang Xiao said, "Don't look at it from the perspective of teammates. The apprentices are qualified. They're just year ones." Second last looked at the 2 girls thoughtfully before nodding gently. However, she shook her head again and pointed at Xia Yin with her chin. "She's not made for being a night guard. She can't calm down." Xia Yin was so infuriated that she puffed up her cheeks, but she felt that second last was clenching her thigh tightly. She seemed to have deflated and took a deep breath of relief. She pouted and opened another bottle of beer. Han Jiangxue didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. She thought that second last was just expressing herself inappropriately. However, this is the Star Warriors world, after all. Since you're incompetent, you have to keep your pride in check. Jiang Xiao said worriedly. This is also Hong Mingming's problem. She's going to join the Mountain Crusher Army and the Wasteland Reclaimers. I only poached her because of her identity as a light chaser. I'm afraid she won't be able to join the Guardians of the Night. Second last tilted her head and tore off a piece of fish. She said in a muffled voice, "That depends on how strong her output is. When the time comes, bring her along and let her take the assessment with the great sage." Jiang Xiao initially wanted to bring up the topic to lure out the star pets, but he hurriedly changed the topic and said, "This lineup seems pretty good. I'll also get a star pet that can fight in the front." Second last asked in a rare tone of voice, "Huh?" Jiang Xiao looked at Han Jiangxue and said, "The Capital Star Warriors world has provided us with a chance to capture star pets as a reward for the World Cup. Can you give us some advice?" Han Jiangxue took out her mobile phone and flipped through the pictures. She then placed it on the table and flicked it gently. The mobile phone slid on the table and leaned against second last plate. Second last lowered her head and looked at the specific information of the bamboo bear. She raised her eyebrows slightly and saw the specific information of the bamboo bear. It seemed that the Capital Star Warriors world had put in a lot of effort. The bamboo bear had high health, high defense, and sufficient output. It was also equipped with summoning skills and roaring skills. It would be able to play a huge role on the battlefield together with Belle. Second last asked, "Do you have the ability to deal with its first star technique? This weakness is fatal." Jiang Xiao said, "I want to try using Belle. Do you have a better star pet to recommend?" Second last thought about it and said, "Most platinum quality star pets only have 2 or 3 star techniques." At this point, second last paused. Jiang Xiao said, "They all know my secret." Second last confirmed, "They all know." "Okay." Jiang Xiao continued, "Only the 3 of you know that you're the closest people to me, my teachers, my comrades, and my partners." After staying silent for a while, second last said, "For the time being, we're not sure if the characteristics of your star map will have a special effect on the star pets contained in it, just like how you can upgrade the quality of the star techniques in your star map. If your star pets can do the same, the more star techniques you have, the more you'll gain. Putting aside the first weakness, there should be only 1 star pet in the world that has 5 star techniques." Second last continued, "What's rarer is that these 5-star techniques are all very outstanding and suitable for the battlefield." Jiang Xiao picked up the beer can and took a gulp. The first thing she considered was always the battlefield, not a personal fight or a team competition. Han Jiangxue said softly, "There are 2 more." Second last fingers were stained with sauce, and she had no choice but to stretch out her clean little finger and slide it to the right. She frowned and looked at the bright bird before looking at the troll flame king. She looked at the bright bird in disdain, but stared at the troll flame king for a long time. If she didn't really like it, second last wouldn't have used 4 star slots to embed all the star techniques of the troll flame king. After a while, second last unlocked her mobile phone and tilted her head to eat again. The detection and detection of the bright bird is not something you should consider. There's a huge difference between the detection of star pets and that of star warriors. Sometimes, you can't even understand the meaning of the star pets. In a more comprehensive sense, the bamboo bear is better. As for the troll flame king, Jiang Xiao asked, The troll flame king was even less comprehensive. It was simply a star pet that could output explosive attacks. Second last looked up at Jiang Xiao and said, "The team needs diversity, otherwise it'll be easy to be restrained. Whatever it can do, I can do too." Jiang Xiao stared at second last in a daze and said, This is what you said." Second last looked at Jiang Xiao in bewilderment, clearly unable to understand what Jiang Xiao was thinking. "Did I say something wrong?" Jiang Xiao gulped down a mouthful of beer and stared at second last with a scorching gaze. "I should have tried it when we first met in the snowfield. It's all my fault for being too weak. I'll find a chance to give you a beating, shall I? While you're weak, I'll see if I can embed you in my star map." Second last was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue covered her face with one hand and buried her head in shame. Xia Yan's eyes widened and her mouth formed an O shape. She grabbed the table with one hand and leaned back. She tilted her head and counted the empty beer cans under Jiang Zhao's table. "That's only the 3rd? He's so drunk? Lord Pai, you're so good at drinking." Chapter 622. At home in Jiangbin City, Beijiang Province. At 1:58 a.m., second last was lying on a soft bed and breathing slowly. She was sound asleep. All of a sudden, there was a soft sound coming from the door. A black shadow stood outside the door and peeked in through the crack. Of course, he also saw second last sleeping soundly. She was much less cold and aloof than usual, and she seemed to be more relaxed and carefree. Jiang Xiao opened the door carefully with a nervous expression, but there was still a soft sound coming from the door. Jiang Zhao's hand that was holding onto the door handle stiffened slightly. Immediately afterwards, he flashed and stood in front of the huge bed. Second last was clearly drunk, and it was a rare opportunity for her to do so. Otherwise, She would have already sensed it before Jiang Xiao even reached the door, let alone open the door. Jiang Xiao placed the cup of water in his hand on the bed and sat down quietly. Due to the fact that it was summer, the thin blanket on her body was kicked away, and the sound of her breathing made Jiang Xiao feel much more at ease. Finally, Little Black moved. Jiang Xiao carefully stretched out his palm and placed 2 fingers on her wrist gently, like he was checking her pulse. This was the moment when she was most relaxed and unguarded. She should be able to absorb it now, right? Jiang Xiao frowned and thought. Internal star map. What are you waiting for? As the saying goes, riches and honor come from taking risks. Today, whether I can reach the top of the world or not depends on you. Hurry up and jump out of the prompt box for star pet absorption. In the end, the internal star map ignored Jiang Xiao, but someone else did. At the moment when Jiang Xiao placed his fingers on Second Last's wrist, Second Last suddenly opened her eyes in her sleep. She was still a little tipsy, but her body's natural reaction was terrifying. Bang! Jiang Xiao felt like he was riding on a cloud and had no idea what was going on. His arms had already been pinned behind his back, and his body had been pressed onto the bed. Second Last did indeed disturb him because she had been drinking from noon to the afternoon. Besides, it was the high-alcohol, self-brewed liquor. Second Last held Jiang Xiao's arm with one hand and shifted her body upwards. She then replaced her palm with her knee and pressed down on Jiang Xiao's arm and body. After discovering that it was Jiang Xiao, Second Last finally relaxed a little and held her forehead with one hand while rubbing her temples gently. Feeling a little giddy, she asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Xiao's voice was soft and anxious. It hurts. Let go. I'll bring you some water. People who drink too much get thirsty in the middle of the night." Second Last turned around and saw the glass of water on the bedside table. She finally moved her knees away and said, "Bring some water." Jiang Xiao hurriedly got up, took 2 steps back, and whispered, "Yeah, you ungrateful fellow." Second Last rubbed her head with one hand and sat on the bed. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked like a lunatic. She looked up at Jiang Xiao and said, "Leave." Jiang Xiao replied, "Sure." With that, he hurriedly left and closed the door behind him. In the room, Second Last leaned forward and extended her arm to grab the glass of water. Feeling the boiling temperature, she blew on it gently and took a sip, only to discover that it was hot honey water. Second Last sighed softly and sipped the hot honey water while feeling Jiang Xiao's sincerity. It was really heartwarming. At the thought of her violent reaction just now, Second Last actually felt a little guilty. The heartwarming Jiang Xiao was standing at the door at this moment and sighing deeply too. The plan to capture star pets has failed. Aren't you too lousy at the internal star map? I risked my life to take action, but you didn't even react? We're working very hard too, aren't we? It was early in the morning, and there was a sound coming from the house. Yesterday's lunch party lasted until the afternoon. Everyone went to bed early and woke up early. At 5:30 a.m., Jiang Xiao rushed back with soy milk, youtiao, jujube cake, tea eggs, and pickled vegetables. Apart from Xia Yin, who was still sleeping soundly, Han Jiangxue and Second Last had already gotten up and even washed up. The 3 of them ate breakfast and did not disturb Xia Yin, who was sleeping soundly. Han Jiangxue left a note on the coffee table in the living room, and the 3 of them set off at 6 o'clock. The siblings took the big cat out to play, while the husky stayed at home to look after the house. The scene was rather harmonious. However, Jiang Xiao's cruel behavior did not stop there. Not only did he leave the husky to look after the house, he even took away the husky's car keys. At this moment, Jiang Xiao, who was driving the Land Rover, looked up at the rearview mirror and said to Second Last, "This car is very comfortable to drive. Why don't you try it?" Second Last looked up at the rearview mirror and their eyes met. After a while, Jiang Xiao turned to look in front. "If you don't want to drive, so be it. Why are you being so fierce?" In this case, Jiang Xiao's plan to buy a car would be of no use. No matter how spacious it is, they won't drive it. I'll see what happens when I return, but I reckon it won't work. With the permission of the leader of the Guardians of the Night in Jianan Village, Second Last, and Jiang Xiao entered the snowfield with Han Jiangxue, who was already in the galaxy stage. In fact, if it weren't for Han Jiangxue, there would be no need to trouble the local leader at all. Second last, and Jiang Shao could enter at will. Jiang Shao also discovered the huge difference between him and second last. When Jiang Shao flashed his military identification card at the top of the ancient pagoda, the other party checked it carefully. Second last didn't check the authenticity of her identification card at all. How infuriating. After the three of them changed into their snowfield camouflage attire, Han Jiangxue pulled out a giant sword from Sky Smasher and handed it to Jiang Shao. Their journey in the snowfield began again. They returned to the snowfield at night, and Jiang Shao saw the dazzling aurora in the dark again. All of a sudden, he felt like it was a lifetime ago. 2 years ago, he started out here. 2 years later, he thought, I've returned to my hometown in glory, right? White ghouls, your emperor is back. The three of them had a clear goal and charged all the way to the southeast. In the process of heading to the holy ground, they discovered 3 white ghoul witches. Jiang Shao no longer needed to connect to the others and simply relied on his galaxy stage star power to boost the 3 white ghoul witches to the silver quality. He then killed them one by one. After killing them 3 times, Han Jiangxue also figured out Jiang Zhao's routine and knew what he needed. The training this time was not considered training at all. The 3 big shots, 2 in the galaxy stage and 1 in the galaxy stage, were simply there to bully the noobs. At most, they were there to get a feel for it. The warriors could at least hone their skills, but Han Jiangxue was a rules-awakened, of course. Han Jiangxue was aware of Jiang Zhao's abilities, but she wasn't a blind person. She never tried to learn the giant blade technique. Punching and kicking were considered the basics, and she could still practice a little, but using a giant blade was a little too much for her. With the previous experience, Jiang Shao first negotiated with the Guardians of the Night when the 3 of them arrived at the Holy Ground this time. The Guardians of the Night of the Holy Ground were still the same, but this time, when they saw Jiang Shao, they spoke more words of encouragement and congratulations. In fact, most of the Guardians of the Night in the Holy Ground thought that Jiang Zhao's exquisite swordsmanship was trained in the snowfield. Jiang Shao wouldn't deny that because the snowfield and the Holy Ground had indeed helped him a lot. The title of the world champion also made the local Guardians of the Night more tolerant of Jiang Zhao's behavior. Seeing that Jiang Zhao's swordsmanship had already been honed to such an extent, but he still came to the Holy Ground to train hard, the Guardians of the Night were truly impressed. When Jiang Shao entered the snowfield and verified his identity, he had, of course, revealed his latest identity as a light chaser, which was immediately heard by the Guardians of the Night. At this moment, the soldier's psychological state could be described with one word. They were proud of him. Jiang Zhao's sense of identity as a comrade allowed him to be taken care of during this trip to the Holy Ground. After Jiang Shao negotiated with the Guardians of the Night cleared out a small wooden hut that had a fireplace, hot water, a bed, and a blanket. Although the soldiers knew that their comrade was a lunatic and that it was good enough for him to come back to the hut to rest once a day, they still insisted on doing so. Jiang Shao and the others did not stop and pass through the ghost mountains and ghost seas in the canyon before entering the Holy Ground. While swinging his sword, Jiang Shao teased second last. Seems like the sense of identity is more useful than the identity of an inspector. That was indeed the case. In the past few times, second last used her identity as a light chaser to make the Guardians of the Night obey her orders. This time, although the premise was still the same, Jiang Zhao's actions allowed the team to receive more attention and recognition. Second last state of mind was rather peculiar too. After hearing Jiang Zhao's words, she did not get angry and instead felt a little proud. The Holy Ground was a small hill, which was also the reason why Jiang Shao and second last were so obsessed with it. Unlike other places, they could hide from others, and Jiang Shao could come up with some conspiracies and schemes there. He had to admit that the efficiency of the trio's killing of the white ghoul witches was astonishing. With the presence of the rules awakened, everything became much simpler. The three of them guarded the northwest corner of the holy ground and actually found a safe place in the noisy and chaotic environment. That was because more than 10 gigantic fire dragons, more than 5 meters tall, surrounded a corner of the holy ground and blocked the three of them, not allowing any white ghouls to enter. Under Han Jiangshua's orders, the flame puppets defended more than they attacked. Hence, they did not go all out. On the other hand, Jiang Shao searched for white ghoul witches one after another and fed them to level up. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao cooperated very well. She directly used barren wind to blow the white ghoul witches that were trembling and advancing. Han Jiangshue's actions were clean and efficient. From time to time, Han Jiangxue would cast ice roar to prevent the holy ground from becoming too congested. Putting aside the aspect of training, bringing a rules awakened along to farm star beads was really the wisest decision. Han Jiangxue had the ability to summon, defend, control, and clear the area. In the snowfield that was filled with brass-quality beasts, she was simply a godlike existence. After 8 hours, Jiang Shao harvested a total of 101 silver-quality white ghoul witch star beads. What kind of efficiency was that? It was the first time that the trio had worked together, and Jiang Zhao's nostalgia made some mistakes, which delayed them for some time. At that time, Han Jiangxue accidentally. To be exact, Jiang Shao accidentally forgot to remove nostalgia when Han Jiangxue cast Ice Roar to clear the area. Groups of white ghouls died, which also caused a large amount of vitality to surge into Han Jiangshue's body. Han Jiangxue trembled and fainted. Jiang Shao hurriedly connected to Han Jiangxue and a few other white ghouls before transferring the vitality out. However, that also caused their star power to plummet rapidly, which was extremely awkward. As soon as Han Jiangxue fainted, the dozen or so flame puppets exploded and began slaughtering the white ghouls. The holy ground was already chaotic to begin with, and this time, it was even more chaotic. The flame puppets were really ferocious, and they almost pushed the battle to the gate of the holy ground. Fortunately, Second Last was decisive and managed to get rid of all the summoned beasts. If the gate of the holy ground had been accidentally destroyed by the flame puppets, it would have been a huge problem. Putting aside this small episode, Jiang Zhao's path of farming star beads was rather smooth. 100 silver quality white ghoul, which star beads could directly increase the platinum quality blessing and decoy by a small level. When he arrived, Jiang Zhao's blessing and decoy were both platinum quality level 4, 50/1000. In that case, he would be able to obtain diamond quality blessing and decoy in 5 to 6 days. Torturing noobs feels great. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 6:23. A few days later, in the snowfield holy ground. Brass 1,000 kills, skill point +1. Oh my god, oh my god. Jiang Shao muttered to himself, excitedly, while wiping the blood and sweat stains on his face. He then watched as a white ghoul, which was blown towards him by Han Jiangxue. It was not because of the so-called brass 1,000 kills, but because his silver quality white ghoul, which was here, the diamond quality blessing and decoy were waving at him. Second Last raised her sword and beheaded the white ghoul witch. She then fed the white ghoul witch's corpse to the white ghouls who were always hungry because of the flame puppets. Jiang Shao grabbed the white ghoul witch's head and absorbed the silver quality star bead. At the same time, the long-awaited message finally appeared in the internal star map. Blessing, diamond quality LV 00/10,000. Decoy, diamond quality level 00/10,000. Jiang Shao was really on the verge of tears. The plan was slower than he had imagined, and they had spent a week on it. However, it was precisely because of the slowdown that they were in high spirits. Instead of working 8 hours a day, they chose to strike a balance between work and rest. During their free time, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue transformed into obedient students and listened to Second Last lectures on battle tactics. Jiang Shao also took the opportunity to ask her about her past stories from time to time, to which the two of them listened with great interest, Jiang Shao had no choice but to do that. After all, Han Jiangxue was part of the team this time, and he didn't want her to have any changes in her mental state. Jiang Shao alone was enough for the sacrifice. It was better for Han Jiangxue to be more normal. However, even so, Han Jiangxue's temperament inevitably changed a little amidst the wanton massacre. Even though it had only been a short 7 days, everyone could imagine how much the trio had killed. Fortunately, the targets of their massacre were a group of violent white ghouls. Jiang Shao hoped that Han Jiangxue would be able to adjust her mental state better. Let's go to the Calamity Ruins. Jiang Shao stepped forward, shielded second last, and Han Jiangxue behind him, and immediately activated the Scourge Ruins. Jiang Shao was the first to enter, followed by second last. Han Jiangxue pressed her palm down gently, after which dozens of fireworks hounds shattered and the blazing flames were extinguished. The starlight was hidden within and dissipated. The swarming white ghouls finally crossed the blockade and charged in, only to find that the enemy had disappeared. The next moment, the white ghouls no longer had a common enemy, so they began to flash their claws and fangs at their own kind. The battle continued. Their natural instincts and intelligence made it so that in their eyes, there was no such thing as their own kind, only pieces of delicious meat. The trio entered the gigantic Shadow Ruins. The roars finally disappeared. The Shadow Ruins were quiet, and the murderous intent in their hearts calmed down quite a bit. Jiang Shao heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "God said, let there be light." Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao expressionlessly and waved her hand, after which several flame little machus appeared. Ha! Woo! The flame little machus scattered like a mischievous child as soon as they arrived. Han Jiangxue waved her hand, and the flame little machus that ran out stopped moving. Although they did not have faces, their body language expressed their emotions. The little burning men walked back reluctantly with their heads hung dejectedly. They gathered around the trio and acted as torches. Due to the special characteristics of the snowfield, the Guardians of the Night couldn't be stationed too close to the holy ground. Otherwise, they would be besieged by a large number of white ghouls and white ghoul witches. That was also the reason Jiang Shao could come up with schemes and set up the Shadow Ruins here. "Did you succeed?" Second last asked. Han Jiangxue turned around abruptly, only to find that it was Jiang Shao, the bait, who had walked over. She heaved a sigh of relief. She couldn't help it. She had been in a battle for a long time, which made her tense up. Is this heaven? Jiang Zhao's pitch-black eyes were suddenly covered by a white light. The scene was so strange. Second last frowned and wondered what's going on. Why are his eyes covered by the white ray of light? Is he using the star technique, blessing? How strong must the blessing be? The companion move of raising one's hand is no longer enough, and the companion state already requires the body to be used as a guide. Why is it appearing in his eyes? F***CK, Jiang Shao exclaimed. His body trembled as his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly because Jiang Shao wasn't the only one. Even the bait, Jiang Shao, was trembling and lying on the ground. The bait's eyes were not covered by the white ray of light, but it seemed that he couldn't turn off the shared feeling. At the next moment, holy light descended. The platinum quality blessing was already a large pillar of light that had a diameter of about 5 meters. It would also emit a large amount of beautiful fluorescence. Although the diamond quality blessing was also a large pillar of light, it had a diameter of more than 8 meters. At the instant that the large pillar of light touched the ground, the holy light poured down and surged in all directions like waves of water. A large amount of rich luster splashed out in a wide range. Second last ordered, "Retreat." Second last, and Han Jiangxue quickly retreated, and at the same time, Han Jiangxue flicked her slender fingers gently, after which Jiang Shao, who was lying on the ground, was blown over. At the next moment, Han Jiangxue's pupils constricted, and she reached out to whip out a flame torch whip, which she wrapped around Jiang Zhao's ankle and hurriedly pulled him over. It was because it was not just one pillar of holy light, but a whole bunch of them. It was simply a holy light array. 1, 2, 3. Han Jiangxue hugged Jiang Zhao's body and retreated hurriedly with second last. There were actually a total of 8 large pillars of blessing. The dark shadow ruins was shining brightly at this moment. It was so bright that it was almost blinding to the eyes. The 8 large pillars of holy light that had a diameter of 8 meters were arranged in a picturesque manner and continued to pollute the ground beneath their feet with the light. Even without the support of Jiang Zhao's star power, they still lasted for 8 seconds before gradually dissipating. The holy light that flowed on the ground was like the moonlight that was pouring on the ground at night. It was extremely beautiful and finally dissipated. Han Jiangxue turned to look at second last with a look of astonishment on her face. She saw a look of disbelief on second last's face. Is this the diamond-level blessing? Is this the holy light array? Perhaps those who bathed in the 8 pillars of holy light would be instantly healed, but the 8 pillars of holy light were connected one after another. The white light that splashed and flowed out also connected into one, directly turning the entire area into a blessed area. Han Jiangxue calmed herself down and looked down at Jiang Zhao, who was still in a daze, who said that doctors can't treat themselves. Before Jiang Zhao could treat anyone else, he lay down on the ground first. Jiang Zhao. Han Jiangxue placed Jiang Zhao on the ground and summoned a group of Yin Xiaomu to surround him. She then knelt down and gently patted Jiang Zhao's face. Jiang Zhao was in a daze and seemed to be murmuring in his sleep. His blissful expression was extremely contagious, and just one look at him would make one feel especially blissful. How blissful is he exactly? Jiang Zhao's expression should be the same expression he would have on his wedding night when he found out that he had won the lottery and received a letter of acceptance from the Capital University. Han Jiangxue looked up at second last helplessly and said, "The diamond-level blessing is really impressive." Second last kicked Jiang Zhao's shoes, but Jiang Zhao remained motionless like a puddle of mud as he mumbled incoherently. Second last said in a hoarse voice, "It's indeed impressive, but it can't be used." Huh? What did you say? Han Jiangxue suddenly heard something and hurriedly leaned over to put her ear next to Jiang Zhao's mouth. Jiang Zhao had been mumbling something vaguely, but just now his speech seemed to have become clearer. Han Jiangxue frowned and listened carefully. Jiang Zhao smiled blissfully and said softly with tears in his eyes, "Holy light betrayed me." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Second last was speechless. Jiang Zhao wasn't shrouded by the blessing at all. In fact, he didn't even get splashed by the glow of the blessing. However, he only woke up after a full 30 seconds. He sat up and looked at the little burning man with his palms clasped together. Jiang Zhao suddenly felt that he was acting as a sacrifice. The little burning man clasped his palms together because Han Jiangxue was pressing her fingers against her lips and the tip of her nose while looking down at her younger brother who had been betrayed by holy light. "Hi," Jiang Zhao said meekly. "Hello." Second last looked down at Jiang Zhao and said, "Don't use blessings of this quality in the future. It'll affect you too much." Okay. Jiang Zhao scratched his head and nodded repeatedly. "Take a break and check on the bait. Has the bait been upgraded?" Second last asked. Jiang Zhao nodded and sat up cross-legged. He then reached out and flicked his finger gently at the little burning man beside him, causing its tiny body to fall on its buttocks. Han Jiangxue glowered at Jiang Zhao and waved her hand, after which Yin Xiaosu dispersed. In the darkness, the bait Jiang Zhao also crawled over. He wasn't affected by the holy light in the distance. Han Jiangxue and second last retreated quickly only because they were being cautious. "Let's try to summon a bait without committing suicide first," Jiang Zhao said thoughtfully. Han Jiangxue said, "Okay, let's give it a try. How's your star power reserve? Do you want to replenish it first?" That reminded Jiang Zhao that the cluster of holy light just now had directly consumed 1 unit of his star power. After all, the space-time rift and scourge ruins of the space element only consumed 5 units of star power. Jiang Shao threw a countercurrent light at second last. Second last looked down at Jiang Shao quietly without any reaction. However, Jiang Shao closed his eyes and reached out with his hands. Whoosh! Damn it! Jiang Shao exclaimed softly. The diamond-quality space-time rift and scourge ruins of the space and scourge ruins required 5 portions of his star power. However, the diamond-quality bait actually required 8 portions of star power. The total amount of star power of the galaxy stage was consumed by 8 portions of star power. What level of bait is this? Did it almost drain Jiang Shao dry? The platinum bait beside Jiang Shao suddenly disappeared and was replaced by Jiang Shao, who was dressed in snow camouflage and had stains all over his face. He then stood in the middle of the 3 of them. The 2 girls looked at the bait Jiang Shao, who was seated on the ground with his eyes closed. The bait Jiang Shao moved his body and looked down at his hands before clenching them gently. It's too real, Han Jiangshu asked with concern. What's wrong? The bait Jiang Shao tilted his head and said in amazement, It's almost identical. If you remove the almost, it's exactly the same. Second last frowned and said, It replaced the previous bait. So, unlike blessing, the quality of the bait will increase, not the quantity. The bait Jiang Shao raised his head abruptly and his pupils constricted slightly. He opened his mouth slightly and turned to look at second last. Han Jiangshue's heart tensed up and she frantically asked, What's the matter? The bait Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and he turned to look at Han Jiangshue in a daze. At the next moment, a Big Dipper star map appeared on the bait Jiang Zhao's body. The 9 empty star slots were lined up, and the rich, river-like star power surrounded the Big Dipper star map and flowed within, connecting the empty star slots. Han Jiangshue covered her mouth with one hand and stared at the empty Big Dipper star map. Second last breathing paused slightly. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 624. Han Jiangshue stepped forward and reached out to gently move the illusory star map in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. She then outlined the star power. Second last frowned and said, This is not the concentration of star power that should be in the galaxy stage. The decoy Jiang Shao said, Yes, I can absorb it. The star power is slowly filling up the star map. It's just a matter of time. Second last turned to look at Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the ground, only to discover that his eyes were still closed. She asked, He's exactly the same as a normal person, right? Jiang Shao opened his eyes and nodded excitedly. He then took out 5 white ghoul star beads from his pocket and threw them at the decoy Jiang Shao. The decoy Jiang Shao caught them in a flurry, and his expression grew sullen. Second last asked, What's the matter? What's the matter? Where's the internal star map? The decoy Jiang Shao doesn't have an internal star map. The internal star map seems to be exclusive to Jiang Shao, but the decoy Jiang Shao doesn't have one. The decoy Jiang Shao held the star bead in his hand, but there was no information prompt in his head. There are no star techniques, basic techniques, star power, or anything else. The decoy Jiang Shao absorbed a brass-quality white ghoul star bead which shattered, and some star power surged into his body. However, his star slot did not light up. Did he fail to absorb a star technique? Such things happen to normal star warriors every day, but to Jiang Shao, it had never happened before. After all, the probability of Jiang Shao absorbing a star technique was 100%. Second last's long and narrow eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. She said thoughtfully, He has your star map, but he doesn't have the characteristics of your star map. Jiang Zhao's internal star map had always been explained by the special characteristics of the star map. The decoy Jiang Shao also had the Big Dipper star map, so he should have the same characteristics. However, there was a problem. The decoy Jiang Shao did not have an internal star map at all. Why? Aren't green glow and endurance auxiliary star techniques? The characteristics of the Big Dipper star map are not compatible with them. That was just a bluff. Second last knew that Jiang Shao had a 100% success rate. She had always thought that the Big Dipper star map was special because he could use multiple star techniques to make up for the lack of star slots. Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "Fade into the crowd." Han Jiangxue comforted softly and said, "It's already shocking enough. This is a living person. Even if the probability of you absorbing a star technique is very low and you become an ordinary person with 9-star slots, you have to be clear that this is your bait." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "It's the same for me. My senses and memories are exactly the same. Hence, swordsmanship, bows, daggers, fists, and kicks are of the same origin. But as for the rest, as for the others, those that were directly related to the internal star map were basically gone." Sure enough, the old saying was true. Everything you have may be taken away. Only the knowledge you have learned in your head will not be taken away. Decoy Jiang Xiao absorbed the white ghoul star beads one after another and tried to acquire star techniques while replenishing his star power. When the 5th white ghoul star bead shattered, a star slot on Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map finally lit up. Then the decoy Jiang Xiao extended his hand, and his palm was covered in green glow. The brass-quality green glow was no problem. There was no so-called 2-star techniques in 1-star slot. It was just a lonely brass-quality green glow. Jiang Xiao, who was sitting on the ground, stood up and said, "I'll try to replace the decoy and see if the green glow in the star map will remain." Second Last nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your support." Jiang Xiao cast a ray of countercurrent light on Second Last, and the star power in his body was replenished again. Second Last's true pet. This star power seemed to be inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Jiang Xiao indeed had to find a suitable star pet that could at least act as a power bank for star power. The biggest difference between humans and beasts was the amount of star power they could store. Second Last was currently in the starfall stage, which was the 4th stage of star power for humans. Second Last's pet, Xiao Xiao, was of the platinum quality, which was the 4th stage of star power. However, Second Last could not compare to Xiao Xiao in terms of the amount of star power that she had. Jiang Xiao was about to summon the decoy, but he frowned and pondered for a while. Then, under the gaze of Second Last and Han Jiangxue, Jiang Zhao's expression changed slightly. Clearly, it was the secondary star technique. It could change his appearance. Jiang Xiao had indeed changed his appearance, but he did not turn into a man or a woman. Instead, he turned his face into a mask. If he were to wear a mask normally, his true appearance would be revealed after taking it off. However, Jiang Xiao was not wearing a real mask, but a platinum-quality secondary face. It was essentially different from the clothes that Jiang Xiao was wearing. So you can't take off this mask. The mask is Jiang Zhao's face. So you can only take off this face. Second Last looked at Jiang Xiao silently before looking at Nine-Tailed again. The mask was very unique too. There were circles of lines that were in the shape of a vortex, making it look like a big bubble roll. Jiang Xiao then summoned the decoy again. Indeed, the diamond-quality decoy no longer had to be summoned after it had been upgraded. Jiang Xiao could summon it directly, but there was a limit to the number. Hence, the new decoy replaced the previous one. The bait from before directly shattered, turning into a ray of starlight and dissipating. As for the new bait, it appeared in the form of a vortex mask. The decoy, Jiang Xiao, opened the star map again, but what made everyone frown was that the green glow that was previously embedded in the previous decoy's star map had already disappeared, and there were still 9 empty star slots. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, "It seems that the new decoy has many characteristics. The decoy has a star map and can be summoned based on the secondary face. The new decoy would not retain the star techniques of the previous decoy. The decoy did not have an internal star map and would not be able to enjoy many benefits. However, since the decoy was still Jiang Xiao himself, his physical fitness and knowledge of the galaxy stage would be retained." The two Jiang Xiao said at the same time, "It's time to go to the upper dimension to take a look." Han Jiangxue asked in bewilderment, "The upper dimension? Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment before explaining, "Second Last, and I have done some investigations before. Some soldiers in this snowfield have entered the upper dimension for various reasons. So I've gone to the upper dimension to investigate and found something. I've seen a wooden house built by humans, but Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and suddenly changed the topic. The white ghouls and white ghoul witches in the upper dimension are all of the gold quality. When the time comes, green glow and endurance can be replaced with gold quality. If we're lucky, decoy Jiang Shao will also have gold quality blessing and decoy. Unfortunately, decoy Jiang Zhao's star technique can't be upgraded. Otherwise, decoy Jiang Shao will be able to summon decoy and repeat endlessly. Second last was speechless. Han Jiangshue's heart tightened. Her focus was not on that at all. She said, "You told me before that these two are you, the purest version of you. If anything happens to you in the upper dimension," Jiang Shao, the bait, walked towards Han Jiangshue and revealed a pair of dark eyes behind the circular mask. He lowered his head slightly and raised his hand to rub Han Jiangshue's head gently. "Now you know why I'm always in a bad mood after returning from my training." Stunned, Han Jiangshue turned to look at second last and asked, "You let him court death time and time again?" Jiang Shao lamented to himself, "I said the wrong thing. Wow. The decoy, Jiang Shao, pushed Han Jiangshue while Jiang Shao pushed second last. The two Jiang Shao frantically stood in front of the two of them and pushed them to the sides. Even if there were any signs of trouble, Jiang Shao would treat it as an extremely serious matter. Jiang Shao whispered anxiously, "Don't talk, second last. Don't talk. Second last lowered her head to look at Jiang Shao, only to see that he was serious and solemn. She remained expressionless and did not respond. Instead, she simply turned around and walked away. On the other side, decoy Jiang Zhao's voice was also soft and anxious. He continuously said, "I wanted to go there on my own. No one can force me to do anything. You know me well. I've always been trying to break through, and I accidentally saw a human cabin. That's why I've been doing this." Han Jiangshu bit her lip gently and remained silent. Decoy Jiang Shao continued, "Besides, although I always say that both of them are me, a wise man doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. I'm not in any life-threatening danger. The training in the upper snowfield has made me who I am now." Decoy Jiang Shao pressed Han Jiangshue's shoulder with one hand and said gently, "One day, we'll go back to the Dragon Cave, but we definitely won't go to the place where our parents once struggled and disappeared. One day, I'll go back to the upper dimension of the Dragon Cave to find their traces." Han Jiangshue was stunned to hear his words and looked up at Jiang Shao. Decoy Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "The upper dimension of the low-level snowfield? That's just laying the foundation. I might not be able to bring anyone back. To put it bluntly, every time I enter the upper snowfield, I don't plan to come back. I'm simply looking for traces of humans. I don't know why I'm so persistent. Maybe I just want to make life more exciting, or I just want to hear some stories, ancient and exciting stories." Han Jiangshu looked at decoy Jiang Zhao's eyes silently and slowly lowered her head. She said softly, "Come here." "Huh?" Decoy Jiang Shao froze for a moment and was a little confused. However, he still stepped back. Jiang Shao quickly walked towards Han Jiangshue and asked with concern, "What's the matter?" Han Jiangshue suddenly leaned forward and hugged Jiang Zhao's body gently. Jiang Zhao's body stiffened slightly, and he was a little at a loss. A few seconds later, Jiang Shao raised his hand and gently rubbed Han Jiangshue's back. "One day, we'll achieve our goals." Jiang Shao was getting stronger and stronger, and of course, he hoped that Han Jiangshue could keep up with his pace. After this bait experiment, he also wanted to let Han Jiangshue absorb the reward of the World Cup, the star bead of all black sky. On one hand, the star techniques in the star bead overlapped with Jiang Zhao's star techniques. On the other hand, decoy Jiang Shao was not good enough. He still wants to teleport to the upper dimension. It's already difficult to absorb the brass green glow, let alone the platinum black sky star bead. Decoy Jiang Shao thought, there are star techniques in it? Aren't these just jelly beans? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 6:25. Jiang Shao said softly, "By the way, you should absorb the star bead of all black sky from the World Cup." Jiang Xiao knew that Han Jiangxue would reject it. Before she could refuse, he continued, "There's no more space in my star slot. Besides, the star technique of that star bead overlaps with my own star technique. You happen to lack a teleportation star technique, so don't absorb any star pets for now." Han Jiangxue bit her lip and remained silent. Jiang Xiao patted her back again and said, "No matter what you say, I won't give the 3 star beads of all black sky to others. You've seen the situation with decoy. It's impossible for him to absorb them. Your talent is obvious. If you're lucky enough to absorb 1 or 2 star techniques, it'll be a qualitative leap for our team. If I'm in danger in the future, you'll be able to help me." Han Jiangxue buried her face in Jiang Zhao's shoulder and nodded gently. At the same time, on the other side of the ruins of Calamity, decoy Jiang Xiao walked towards Second Last and said, "This time, I want to be fully prepared." Second Last asked, "Speak." Decoy Jiang Xiao said, "The sword and bow are beneficial for my survival in the upper dimension. I can directly replace green glow and endurance with gold quality ones in the upper dimension. However, we need to configure the other star techniques." Second Last nodded and said, "You need to have a perception type star technique." Decoy Jiang Xiao said, "Perception is required for reconnaissance and exploration. What star beast do you recommend?" Second Last said without hesitation, "Ghost Tiger, level 3 star beast of Damning Province." Decoy Jiang Xiao nodded excitedly and continued, "In addition, I also have some archery star beads that I obtained from the ancient Imperial Mausoleum in Chang'an City during the national competition. They're very suitable for decoy battles. It'll be enough if you can absorb 1 or 2 archery star techniques. Do you have any other suggestions?" Second Last thought about it and said, "You need a star technique to escape from the battlefield. You obtained quite a number of Shadow Crow star beads during the mission in Congjin." Jiang Xiao grinned and said, "The success rate of my absorption of star techniques is too low. The illusionary crow star technique is of gold quality, and I might not even be able to absorb it. I'm afraid I'll have to waste all those gold quality star beads. The Shadow Crow star bead is a specialty of Congjin and is almost equivalent to a superb one." Second Last said, "No, it's a waste." Decoy Jiang Xiao nodded helplessly and said, "Another star technique that transforms weapons? If it's a protracted battle, I'll eventually run out of bows and arrows. I'm not sure if I'll have time to make my own when I'm being chased by the army." Second Last immediately answered, "Okay, sure. You also need to have endurance and find a suitable medical star technique. Gold quality blessing is not suitable for healing. As for the Bell imprint, if you don't have an imprint, it'll be difficult for Bell to bounce back. If you have an imprint, it'll occupy 1 more star slot." Decoy Jiang Xiao, Second Last said, "Central Plains, Yanjiao Province, Star Cave Dimensional Space, Star Demon Star Technique." Jiang Xiao asked, "White Starfall and Blue Starfall?" Second Last said, "It's of silver quality. It can recover star power and heal the body. It won't waste your pathetic star slots." Finally, am I going to embark on the path of a proper doctor? Jiang Xiao was indeed not interested in such non-toxic medical star techniques. However, just as Second Last said, the Star Demon Star Bead only had those 2 star techniques which were both useful to Jiang Xiao. Hence, there was no need for him to mark them. The 2 star slots would definitely not be wasted. Decoy Jiang Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's go home first and make some preparations. Let's try to concoct 9 star techniques before I start school and throw decoy into the upper dimension." Second Last did not respond and simply raised her eyes to look at Han Jiangxue, who was in the distance. Jiang Xiao wanted to block her gaze, but there was a difference in the equipment. Hence, Jiang Xiao raised his hand and blocked Second Last's face. His childish actions were very effective. Second Last looked away and said, "She's not bad. She reminds me of someone." Jiang Xiao said, "Third Last, I know." Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "She's a little different from Third Last." Jiang Xiao asked, "What?" Second Last smirked and said with a hint of admiration in her eyes, "She has feelings." Hearing this, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but grimace and think, what kind of evaluation is that? Oh my God, What kind of woman did Hai Tianqing date previously? Jiang Shao shook his head helplessly and said, "Now, the last experiment." Slightly bewildered, second last asked, "What's there to experiment for?" Jiang Shao said, "When I summoned decoy just now and replaced it with a new one, the previous one was gone. It vanished into thin air and turned into star power. Most importantly, the star bead was gone." Second last was slightly stunned in thought. "Star bead?" Jiang Shao said, "I'm in the galaxy stage, and the first star slot on my star map has also been lit up. This body of mine should have star beads." Second last asked, "How should we experiment?" Jiang Shao said, "It turns out that the bait disappeared into thin air and didn't produce any star beads. I want to try to dig out the star bead in my head before my body turns into starlight and dissipates. I want to see if there are any star beads in my head." Second last pursed her lips and asked, "Are you sure you want me to do it?" Jiang Shao said, "You're more ruthless and faster than me." Second last pulled out the dagger from the side of her thigh and was about to attack when she thought of something. She tilted her head and gestured to the darkness in the distance. Jiang Shao strode forward and took out a handful of white ghoul star bead from her pocket. He then quickly absorbed them and turned around to walk into the darkness, followed by second last. "Where are you going?" Han Jiangshu asked all of a sudden. Jiang Shao said, "I'm verifying conjecture." "Don't worry." Being smart, Han Jiangshu asked, "It's about death, right?" Jiang Shao comforted her gently and said, "Don't worry. By the way, let's go for hot pot later." Han Jiangshua didn't catch up with Jiang Zhao's sudden change of topic. She was stunned for a moment and asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, "I'm so bored. The shadow of disaster ruins is so huge. We should make good use of it and stock up on snacks. By the way, do you have any thoughts about this space?" Han Jiangshu asked, "What thoughts?" Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, "Remodel it. Build a hut, surround a garden, or something like that. If only Xi and AI and were here, we could build a tree house." "It would be perfect," Han Jiangshu said softly. "You're going to show her such a shadow of disaster ruins." Jiang Shao was at a loss for words. He said helplessly, "That's true. I'd better build it myself." Jiang Shao finally diverted Han Jiangshu's attention. In the distance, second last, and the decoy Jiang Shao walked to a corner far away from the little burning man. He had also finally absorbed the star technique of endurance. In the darkness, second last said, "Get ready." Jiang Shao put the remaining star beads into her pocket. This time, he absorbed a total of 6 brass-quality white ghoul star beads and only obtained 1 star technique, endurance. The aptitude of the Big Dipper star map is really low. He had to absorb 6 low-level brass-quality star beads before he could barely obtain 1 star technique. "Seems like I was lucky to have absorbed 5 green glow, didn't I?" Feeling helpless, Jiang Shao said, "This is the second time you've tried to kill me." A strange smile appeared on second last's face as she stabbed her sharp dagger into Jiang Zhao's head, not giving him a chance to say another word. In the distance, Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace and think, "This chick is really ruthless." Jiang Shao didn't even manage to react before he died. Jiang Zhao's heart trembled slightly, and he thought, "I better not be too mischievous when I face her in the future. I suddenly feel terrified under the dim, starry sky." Second last frowned slightly and searched. It turned out that Jiang Shao really didn't have any star beads. It was different from replacing the old bait with a new one. When a new one was replaced with the old bait would instantly turn into star power and dissipate. However, when the bait died normally, its body was still there. Second last didn't find any star beads. Why? Is it because this body is made of star power in the first place? Is it because Jiang Zhao's entire body is equivalent to a star bead? Second last casually threw the dismembered corpse at her feet and counted silently in her heart. "It's too real. Will Jiang Zhao's corpse continue to exist until it rots? In essence, it should be made of star power." Huh? Second last raised her eyebrows slightly. Finally, the corpse and the blood turned into starlight and dissipated in the air. About 8 minutes? Second last clicked her tongue in amazement and thought, what an amazing kid. I have to be more careful in the future, lest I accidentally kill him too. She's here. She's here. The Demon King has emerged from the darkness. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see second last shaking her head gently. Her intentions were obvious. However, Jiang Shao wasn't dejected at all. He had long prepared for the worst. In fact, the diamond quality bait was already very powerful, and Jiang Shao had always been fantasizing about better ones. Jiang Shao said, let's go back. Time is running out. We have to go to Dameng, and Yin Zhao second last said, you could buy the star beads of Yin Zhao and the Central Plains. I'll get my subordinates to send the star beads to you from the northwest. The level 3-star bead in Dameng province used to be under my jurisdiction too. You could just send the bait over. I'll get someone to take you there to absorb the ghost tiger star bead. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Everything has been arranged clearly. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, then what should I do? What should we do? Second last said in a hoarse voice, is diamond quality the peak? Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly and looked at second last with a scorching gaze. This kid has big plans. He's someone who can do great things. Jiang Shao said tentatively, I don't think. It's the peak, right? Second last nodded slightly and said, we're not going anywhere. We'll just stay here and kill until your star technique is upgraded. Madam second last, she's so authoritative. For some reason, Jiang Shao suddenly had an urge to ask her for an autograph. Chapter 6:26. On the last day of the month, I'd like to have a chat with everyone. After a month of hard work, the little toxic healer won the World Cup. At the same time, he would probably be ranked third on the monthly votes list. Thank you for your support, everyone who subscribes to the book. Thank you very much. This book, how should I put it? It's meant to be lighthearted and funny. I just hope that all the nannies and dads would be willing to read it and enjoy the process of reading every chapter. The main plot of 9-Star Poison Healer was very clear, which was to be mischievous and reckless. Battles, monsters, competitions, leveling up, and daily life were all for the sake of being mischievous and reckless. 8 million words have been written, but the style had never changed. Mischievous and reckless were the main plot of the book. Everything else was fleeting. I believe everyone can clearly feel this theme. Just like what Jiang Shao said in the book, mischievous is not evil. You added, reckless is not despicable. You carefully wrote the main theme within the appropriate range. After all, it was difficult to please everyone, and he hoped that everyone would forgive him if he couldn't reach the point. Many people said that the little toxic healer's personality was very likable, which was an affirmation of 9-Star Poison Healer. You would also continue down this path. Everyone pushed the little toxic healer to this position, and you was caught off guard. You had said in the previous chapters that he thought the little toxic healer could stand at a higher position and asked for everyone's support. However, the reality was he climbed really high. You guys are too awesome. You're really mischievous. Now that the World Cup is over, the little toxic healer is going to start a new journey. Nannies and dads, keep an eye on your son. He'll drift off somewhere if you're not paying attention. All right, I've created a new group. The previous 2 are full. Book Friends Group 3, 865296639. New. Welcome to play. V Group, 872611742. Subscription fan points required. Weibo account. You Loves Writing You is considered newcomer to Weibo, but he started from 8. Starting from the 1st of this month, I will be posting on Weibo every day. Those who use Weibo can follow me. However, don't get your hopes up. You might not be as mischievous as the little toxic healer. He'll leave in July and continue in August. In the last few hours, everyone should clear your monthly votes and vote for the little toxic healer. Don't be defeated by the gods at the end. Attention, there's only one sentence in this chapter that's important. There'll be a new chapter at 24. I hope it'll be a good start for August. Everyone, we'll see you in August in 4 hours. Chapter 6:27. Add more chapters for the leader of the Bloodthirsty Thunder Alliance. Although Jiang Zhao's arrangements were clear, he didn't listen to second-last suggestion in the end. Fortunately, it was just a suggestion and not an order. Jiang Xiao could kill day and night, but Han Jiangxue couldn't. If she stayed in the darkness for too long and listened to the roars and cries of killing for too long, it would really have a huge impact on her. Han Jiangxue wasn't weak, but Jiang Xiao just hoped that she could strike a balance between work and rest. Another reason was that Jiang Xiao didn't trust the bait to act alone. Jiang Xiao could let the bait enter the upper dimension, and it wouldn't matter even if it died. However, what about entering the level 3 below star in Daming Province? Going on a public mission with a group of equally outstanding guardians of the night, or even the light chasers. It was better to be safe than sorry. Under Jiang Zhao's persuasion, Second Last agreed to accompany him to the level 3 below star instead of letting her former comrades accompany the bait to embed the Ghost Tiger star bead. After a discussion, the three of them immediately set off and rushed back to Earth. This time, Jiang Xiao was still driving, but he was extremely excited and looked like a young man who was looking forward to a beautiful new world. When he rushed home again, Husky was nowhere to be found. Jiang Xiao drove her car away. Did she go to the police? It's okay, the police can't catch me. Watch my diamond teleportation. Speaking of teleportation, Jiang Xiao thought of teleportation. Speaking of teleportation, it should feel like a somersault that traveled 108,000 miles. Speaking of 108,000 miles, forget it. Under Jiang Zhao's insistence, the three of them ate hot pot at home. It couldn't be helped because the popularity of the World Cup had yet to die down. Or rather, for a legendary assistant like Jiang Xiao, his popularity would probably never die down. Jiang Xiao really wasn't suitable for eating out. Hence, he had no choice but to buy some hot pot base ingredients and iced BOLO to enjoy at home. Unfortunately, it didn't feel like eating in a hot pot restaurant. However, with little Jiangshua's company, the other feelings didn't seem to be that important. Jiang Zhao's appetite was whetted and he ate a lot of meat. Husky rushed over after smelling the meat. She reckoned that she must have smelled the text on the phone. As soon as they entered the room, they cried, threw a tantrum, and threatened to hang themselves. Feeling apologetic, Han Jiangxue couldn't bring herself to be imposing and could only comfort them softly. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's beer was rather good. Although Xia Yin was feeling indignant, she didn't stop drinking. At the dining table, Jiang Xiao took the opportunity to ask about the price of the star beads. Xia Yin made a call and asked around. There were plenty of star caves in Yin Zhao and the Central Plains, and the star beads of star demons were produced in large quantities. Hence, they weren't as expensive as they had imagined. For the sake of Xia Yin, Ruifeng business firm decided to strike a deal at a friendly price. Money was just a worldly possession. Besides, the star demon star bead was a necessity. After all, Jiang Xiao really needed it, so he decided to purchase it directly. Indeed, Jiang Xiao did not have much time. Otherwise, he would have fought on his own. However, Han Jiangxue stopped him. There was still more than half a month left before the summer break, and Xia Yin was crying and throwing a tantrum. Besides, Han Jiangxue had never been to the Star Cave before. Hence, she planned to go there with Xia Yin to make up for the emotional trauma that she had suffered. Hence, she decided to treat it as a vacation. Of course, the tickets would be expensive, but the tickets were not only for the star beads, but also for the experience. If he had the time, Jiang Xiao would be willing to go to the Star Cave to take a look. However, Jiang Xiao felt that it was better to be safe than sorry. Hence, he didn't plan to let the decoy tag along. Besides, the star techniques of the Star Cave were also required to be absorbed by the decoy. The danger level of the creatures in the Star Cave was considered acceptable, with the lower limit of silver quality and the upper limit of gold quality. Hence, Jiang Xiao decided to support their vacation. Song Chunxi was still completing her apprenticeship mission under the guidance of the Wasteland Reclaimers, while Wu Yao was also fulfilling her dream of traveling around the world. However, Hisu, the head of the assistant department, planned to continue his studies in the capital. He had already been recommended for postgraduate studies in preparation for his future tenure. At this moment, Hisu had nothing to do in the capital. Under the invitation of his teammate, Han Jiangxue, he gladly went there to escort Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin. On the other hand, Jiang Shao also planned to head to Daming Province with Second Last to see the beautiful starry sky. After 3 rounds of drinks, the plan was made, and both the host and the guests were in a good mood. Second Last lay on the sofa in the living room and watched television in boredom. Han Jiangxue, Xia Yin, and Jiang Shao were cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. In the end, Husky was chased out of the kitchen by Han Jiangxue. She doesn't even know how to wash the dishes. All she knows is to cause trouble here. She even spilled the sesame sauce on me. After coaxing Xia Yin for the entire night, Han Jiangxue couldn't take it anymore. Isn't she a baby? Finally, only the 2 of them were left in the kitchen. Jiang Shao picked up the chopsticks with both hands and scrubbed them under the tap. He said, "Absorb the dark sky star bead in a while." Han Jiangxue asked a while. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Yeah, you didn't drink. I think you're in a good state now." "Okay." Han Jiangxue put the plate into the sink and said, "Okay." Jiang Shao said softly, "Be careful when you go to the star cave." Han Jiangxue scooped up the food in the hot pot and threw it into the trash bag. "Don't worry, Hisu is here. I'll be able to use it easily." Jiang Shao was speechless. What a terrifying answer. Are the assistants just tools in the eyes of the output dads? However, it was understandable. After all, in the eyes of the assistants, the output dads were the sons. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Second Last went to bed early. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin were sitting side by side in Han Jiangxue's room, staring at Han Jiangxue, who was sitting on the bed with 3 star beads in front of her. The 2 of them quietly watched as Han Jiangxue absorbed a pitch-black dark sky star bead. The star bead shattered and the rich star power lingered around Han Jiangxue's body. The white flame star map was like a devouring beast that devoured all the star power around it. Han Jiangxue opened her eyes, but she remained expressionless. On the white flame star map with 30 star slots, the 16-star slot was not lit up. It failed. As expected, the 3 of them were mentally prepared and hence, they weren't too upset. The Platinum Quality Space Series star technique was not something that could be acquired by anyone. Well, Jiang Shao was an exception. For some reason, Han Jiangxue suddenly frowned and closed her eyes again, seemingly trying hard to feel something. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin looked at each other and thought, "We dare not ask or say anything." A few minutes later, Han Jiangxue reached out and pressed her hand on another star bead in front of her. The star bead under her palm shattered and the rich star power surged into the room again, which was then burned by the white flames in front of her. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin opened their mouths wide and watched as the 16th star slot flickered. The rich star power collided with the empty star slot again and again, seemingly trying hard to light it up. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A total of 15 seconds passed, and the star power in the surroundings gradually became thinner. In the end, the 16th star slot still did not light up. To their astonishment, Han Jiangxue actually frantically reached out and pressed her hand on the last star bead of Sky's End. The surrounding star power surged out again, and the flickering star slot seemed to have been renewed as it shone again, until it shone brightly. "Oh my God!" Xia Yin exclaimed in shock and bounced up from the ground. Just as she was about to pounce onto the bed, Jiang Shao grabbed her ankle and pulled her back. Xia Yin frantically supported herself with her hands to prevent herself from falling into the mud. At the next moment, the star power in the room surged and Han Jiangxue opened her eyes abruptly. Layers of star power circulated in her eyes, and the starlight surrounded her body. Advancement of star power? Double happiness. Han Jiangxue let out a long sigh, and her voice trembled slightly. The white flame star map shone brightly and lit up the entire room. In the bedroom far away, Second Last silently opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. About 10 seconds later, she closed her eyes again. Almost at the same time, Xia Yin exclaimed excitedly, "The middle of the galaxy realm? Am I? Shue?" You've entered the middle of the galaxy realm. You're only in year 1. Year 2 hasn't even started yet. After that, Second Last could no longer hear anything. But she wasn't worried because she knew where they had gone. In the ruins of Calamity, Jiang Shao and Xia Yin looked at Han Jiangxue with anticipation in their eyes. They finally received an affirmative answer. Han Jiangxue said, "Yes, I'm in the middle of the galaxy realm. I've been stuck in the early stages of the galaxy realm for a long time. I should have advanced long ago." Jiang Shao said, "That's good enough. Breaking through the threshold requires a lot of luck and various factors. Even if you've been delayed for some time, you're still much more outstanding than your peers. Besides, most people are stuck in the galaxy realm for the rest of their lives. By the way, what kind of star technique did you acquire?" Han Jiangxue looked around with the help of the dim, starry sky, but her starting posture was a little strange. To be exact, the accompanying movement of the star technique was a little strange. Han Jiangxue stacked her hands together and held them in front of her, after which a transparent semisphere appeared in her hands and floated a few centimeters above her palms. Layers of pitch-black astral power rippled from top to bottom in the small, transparent semicircle. As the semisphere appeared, the three of them felt that the sky was getting darker. A transparent light shield suddenly shrouded the three of them. Jiang Shao discovered that the semisphere that shrouded him was actually an enlarged version of the semisphere in Han Jiangxue's hands. From the top of the transparent shield, circles of pitch-black astral power descended. They were not smooth arcs, but slightly distorted ripples. The semisphere was transparent, but the circles of black ripples that fell were not. In order to see the scene outside, they had to explore through the gaps between the ripples of star power. Fortunately, the ripples of star power were not dense and did not fall at a fast speed. Dark space defense? Defense plus fixed-point teleportation? Awesome, my little Jiangxue. Jiang Shao looked around and said, "It has a diameter of 8 meters? What a huge energy shield. How long can you last?" Han Jiangxue asked with a tense expression. 8 seconds. As soon as she finished speaking, the ripples of the energy shield immediately retracted and the three of them disappeared without a trace. In a corner of the Scourge ruins, a ripple of energy shield immediately appeared. This time, the energy shield did not retract but extended infinitely and spread in all directions. In the process of spreading, the energy shield also disappeared without a trace. The three of them also appeared in the corner. Xia Yin looked around in amazement, her eyes slightly glazed over, seemingly still recalling everything that had just happened. "It's so magical. I actually teleported here in a flash. It's safe and painless. I don't even feel anything." While Xia Yin was still in a daze, Jiang Shao had already extended his hand towards Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue tried to calm herself down, and when she saw Jiang Shao extending his hand towards her, she felt a little curious and extended her hand too. Jiang Shao pinched her palm and gently picked it up before pressing it on the back of her fair and tender hand. "Hello, Lord Fazhan." Han Jiangxue blushed and flung Jiang Zhao's hand away. Xia Yin pointed at Jiang Shao and said, You, bastard. When I wasn't paying attention, you actually..." Jiang Shao took 2 steps back meekly. He wanted to praise Xia Yin, but what should he say? "Hello, Lord God of War?" Would Jiang Shao be able to live with his conscience? Or else, "Hello, Husky?" It's a new month, a new journey. Rolling on the ground for monthly votes. Chapter 628. Beijiang Province and Daming Province were 2 different provinces. However, in fact, the distance between Beijiang Province and Wulan City was only about 500 kilometers, which would only take a few hours to reach by car. The more terrifying thing was that in Daming Province, the distance from the eastern city to the western city was more than 3,000 kilometers, and it would take 3 days to drive there. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin took the high-speed rail to the capital of Yinzhou Province, where they met up with Senior Hisu. Jiang Shao once again commandeered Xia Yan's Land Rover and walked on the endless road with Second Last. Since there were only two of them, second last told Jiang Shao about the recent situation of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest. It turned out that the Dark Hall incident in Central Asia and the Dark Hall incident in the northwest of China were still going on. According to the analysis of the data, the frequency of the holy ground of dimensional ruins opening on Earth was no longer increasing. Instead, it was continuously decreasing. However, the bad news was that although the frequency of the opening of the holy ground was decreasing, the scope was expanding. With Central Asia as the center, the opening of the holy ground affected more and more regions. That was a very bad sign. The land was the home that humans relied on for survival, and humans had already lost control of the ocean many years ago. But now, in fact, even if there were no dimensional ruins and this world was a normal one, humans had never had any control over the ocean. In this world that was full of star power, the number of exotic beasts in the ocean was unimaginably large. The only thing that allowed human civilization to continue to this day was that most of the marine beasts would not take the initiative to attack land. They had their own lives and their own order in their own world. That should be a gift from God. The characteristics of marine beasts were the exact opposite of those of land beasts. On land, one could find friendly creatures of other dimensions, but there were very few of them. In the ocean, most of the creatures of other dimensions were friendly, at least according to the feedback from coastal cities around the world. However, everyone knew that the real overlords were always in the depths of the ocean, at the end of the deep sea that one could not see with the naked eye. There is a saying that went, "You'll never know how many patients there are unless you go to the hospital." If one did not understand the ocean and only lived under the protection of the country, one would have fun in the Star Pet amusement park. One would never be able to imagine what the outside world was like. The deep sea was a true forbidden zone. Even the current Jiang Shao could not set foot in it. But some things can't be changed just because you realize it. You can only bear it and endure it. The world was far from being as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. The wonderful laws and strange balance allowed the earth to still exist and allow humans to survive. However, Jiang Shao did not have time to be compassionate. He could only take one step at a time and work hard to grow. It's just treating the symptoms, but not the root cause, second last said all of a sudden. Jiang Shao turned to look at the passenger seat. The car was indeed spacious. Second last slid the front passenger seat to the back and adjusted the back of the seat to a comfortable angle. She then stretched her legs and placed them on the glove box in front of the front passenger seat. Jiang Shao hurriedly turned around and continued to look at the road ahead. Due to the hot weather, she was still wearing her jeans and hot pants. Hence, such a scene easily distracted Jiang Shao. Second last said, "We've been passively defending and destroying one holy ground after another. We'll open a spatial gate and enter it to destroy the holy ground. It's treating the symptoms but not the root cause." Jiang Shao frowned slightly and nodded silently. Second last continued. With Central Asia as the center, the frequency of the opening of the holy ground in the surrounding areas is gradually decreasing. That's a good sign. However, the area affected is getting larger and larger. Not every country can solve the problem as quickly as we can. If this goes on, we'll all know what the outcome will be. The dimensional space that was blooming on Earth and the dimensional space behind the dimensional space were excellent buffers. However, if there were no buffers and the holy ground was directly open on Earth, the situation would definitely take a turn for the worse. Second last said, "The ultimate goal of the higher-ups is for me to lead an independent light-chasing team." You know what that means? Jiang Shao asked. Putting out fires everywhere. Second last said again, "It's just treating the symptoms, but not the root cause." Jiang Shao said, "You've also said that the frequency of the opening of the holy ground is decreasing. When the frequency drops to 0, we'll be able to solve the root cause." Second last thought about it and said, "I hope so." Jiang Shao said, "You know that I didn't go to the upper dimension to look for someone just to comfort Han Jiangxue." Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao said, "Take the students as an example. The creatures in the upper dimension are only gold level. and the Guardians of the Night soldiers who enter by mistake are fully capable of surviving there. Besides, they've been there for a long time. Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao continued, "We have reason to believe that after living for so many years, they'll have a deep understanding of the upper dimension. When I find them, I'll bring back all the information they've learned." Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao looked at the road that seemed to lead to the sky and said softly, "In fact, I don't need to bring the information back because I'm communicating with the decoy. If they have any ideas or areas that they can't set foot in or explore, I'll cooperate with them without hesitation, no matter what the outcome is." Second last adjusted the back of her seat a little higher and turned around to look at Jiang Shao with a complicated gaze. Jiang Shao said, "I believe that those soldiers are still alive. They're strong, and there's no reason for them to die. I believe that they're strong enough to survive in that tough environment. I also believe that they're living there because they're waiting for people like me to appear." Second last reached out and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head gently. "Life is made up of one choice after another. Your choices have made you who you are now. Just do your best within your abilities. That's enough. Don't give yourself too much pressure." Jiang Shao suddenly smiled and said, "Turns out that you have the potential to be a political commissar. I initially thought that you were just a person who gave orders." The 4-hour drive passed quickly, and the vehicle slowly stopped in the wilderness 40 kilometers west of Ulan City. In the wilderness, a military camp rose from the ground. It was the norm in this world to have a dimensional space that was half commercial and half military. There were many expensive cars in the parking lot, and they were obviously the cars of the Star Warriors who were there to train. Below the Stars Level 3 was the highest level dimensional space in the series of dimensional spaces that were open to the public. Below the Stars Level 4 was not open to the public. After passing through 2 checkpoints, Jiang Shao and second last walked into the reception hall. There was already a soldier waiting for them there. The soldier was about 28 or 29 years old and was tall and muscular. He was about 1.8 meters tall and was dressed in a black uniform of the Guardians of the Night. He stood at attention and saluted second last. After second last returned the salute, the man stopped saluting and said in a sonorous voice, "Commander." Second last introduced him by saying, "Ho Zi." Jiang Shao reached out and shook hand with Ho Zihu, feeling his rough and strong hand. Second last said, "Let's go." Ho Zihu said, "Yes." Under the guidance of the Guardians of the Night, Jiang Shao and second last entered the room of the Guardians of the Night without going through any complicated procedures. They changed into the Guardians of the Night's uniform and entered the dimensional portal. Jiang Shao strode into the overlapping space portal and entered another world. This place was indeed under the starry sky. Jiang Shao could feel the temperature of the summer night, but it wasn't hot and was even a little cool. The first thing Jiang Shao saw was the vast and dazzling galaxy in the sky. The second thing he saw was the boundless grassland under the dazzling starry sky. There were specks of fireflies fluttering gently on the grassland. It added a hint of beauty to the midsummer night under the galaxy. Even though Jiang Shao did not have any perception-type star techniques, the galaxy was too dazzling and added a lot of brightness to the beautiful space. The creatures of other dimensions were at least silver quality and were capped at gold quality. However, it seemed that it was not as dangerous as he had imagined. Vaguely, Jiang Shao actually heard singing, which was melodious and reverberating in the grassland and under the starry sky. Jiang Shao looked around and saw a group of buildings made up of several wooden houses in the distance. There were also huge bonfires scattered around the buildings. That should be the supply point of the Guardians. But there was a group of men and women around one of the bonfires who were singing and dancing loudly. The bonfire crackled, and sparks flew out, fusing with the fireflies of the midsummer night. Looking at the faces of the people reflected by the bonfire, the scene was so beautiful. Hosea's voice came from behind. Their 12-man team defeated a large ghost wolf pack a day ago, and there were no casualties. That battle even alarmed the Guardians of the Night and the Guardians. Today is the day they leave. Second last nodded gently and said, "You can send them here." Hozihu suddenly said, "Sir, our brothers heard that you need to hunt ghost tigers, so we made the decision to kill some for you during the break." Hearing this, second last frowned slightly and turned to look at Hozihu. Hozihu took out a handful of ghost tiger starbead from his pocket and said, "I hope this can save you some time. We haven't seen you in a long time. If possible, we hope you can come and visit us." Looking at Hozihu's sincere gaze, Jiang Shao smiled and said to second last, "I thought you didn't have any friends, and I thought your circle of friends was limited to the Tail Feather Squad." Hozihu said, "She has comrades, a group of soldiers whose lives she saved." Second last said, "Leave." Hozihu hesitated for a moment and stuffed a handful of star beads into Jiang Zhao's hand. While retreating, he said, "We'll stay where we were." Hozihu then turned around and left. Jiang Shao stepped forward and gently touched second last's arm with his arm. "I know you're not good at expressing your emotions, but you're too cold." Second last's face stiffened and she didn't respond. Jiang Shao looked at the group of people who were singing, dancing, and laughing around the bonfire in the distance. He said, "Is it because you're afraid to participate in such an occasion? They seem really happy." Second last strode out. Jiang Shao caught up with her and said, "You just informed them yesterday, and now I'm holding about 30 ghost tiger star beads in my hands. They really want to see you." Second last said, "That's your fault. Our original plan was to send you here as bait, but you changed the plan at the last minute." Jiang Shao asked, "Why don't they want to see their old friends?" Second last sighed deeply and looked at the dancing fireflies on the grassland. "They know the situation in the northwest, and they'll want to follow me to the front line." Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before saying, "Isn't your light-chasing team short of members? You know them very well, too." Second last said softly, "Because I know them very well, I know that only 2 of them are suitable for my special team. What will the rest of the soldiers think?" Jiang Shao said with a smile, "I think you're thinking about the problem from the wrong perspective. Even if only 1 out of 100 people are suitable, the real soldiers will only feel honored and not be mentally unbalanced. They might even urge them to work harder and grow." Upon hearing this, second last suddenly stopped in her tracks. Jiang Shao was looking down and counting the star beads when he bumped into her back. He clasped the star beads in his hands and looked up, only to realize that second last had already turned around and was staring at him. Jiang Zhao's heart tensed up and he stammered, "As for the transfer of personnel, that's a matter for the higher-ups." Second last said slowly, "Change the bait and absorb the star beads." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and said, "Oh." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 629. Jiang Shao followed second last and walked towards the forest with a dejected expression on his face. The reason? It was naturally because the success rate of decoy Jiang Shao absorbing star techniques in the Calamity Ruins was extremely low. Jiang Shao was on the verge of tears. Out of the 34 ghost tiger star beads, decoy Jiang Shao had absorbed 14 of them and only managed to acquire a silver quality star technique, swiftness. Jiang Shao sighed deeply. As the 14 star bead shattered, he finally acquired swiftness. If it didn't come soon, Jiang Shao would have really gone crazy. The ghost tiger had 4 star techniques: perception, sharpness, swiftness, and howl. Apart from howl, which was of gold quality, the other 3 were of silver quality. Perception and swiftness were both excellent star techniques. Swiftness makes your movements faster and your reactions more agile. Passive technique does not have to be activated. Silver quality. Now, the decoy Jiang Shao had the brass quality green glow, brass quality endurance, and silver quality swiftness. Forget it, I'm still far from it. Did you see that? Second last asked all of a sudden. Jiang Shao hurriedly snapped back to his senses and peeked his head out from behind second last, only to see a grayish-white fox at the edge of the forest in the distance. Although it was a summer night in the dimensional space, the vast Milky Way above their heads made the visibility very high. The grayish-white fox was roughly the same shape as the foxes on Earth, but its entire body was covered in a grayish-white mist, which was extremely strange, especially that pair of eyes, which flickered with the luster of a cold star. It was hard to tell whether this scene was beautiful or terrifying. Second last said, "It has a gold-quality star technique, roar of fear, which can scare the enemy away. If you get surrounded in the upper dimension, it might be a good star technique." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Indeed, but my decoy is too poor. It's hard to absorb a gold-quality star technique. You have to be mentally prepared." Second last said, "It's better if it can absorb it. If not, it's not on the list of star techniques we planned." "Okay, I'll make the first move." "Huh." As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, the ghost fox in the forest turned around and disappeared into the forest. "Trying to run?" Jiang Zhao's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. Second last strode forward, and at the next moment, she saw a ghostly fox bending its body and flying out of the forest. Second last stomped her feet and charged forward. She then swung her right hand, and a dark silver ray of light appeared, which then formed a giant sword. Facing the ghost fox that was flying towards her, she raised the sword and beheaded it. Like a ghost, Jiang Shao appeared beside Ghost Fox's corpse. Second last's output was indeed explosive and her power was off the charts, but the ghostly fox was a gold-quality creature. Hence, it did die rather aggressively. Unlike the thick-skinned ape ghoul king, its attributes were almost all agility and speed. Even its only star technique was called Roar of Fear. Although it was not very powerful, it was an extremely difficult creature to capture and kill. Its attributes and star techniques were all for escaping. Alas, he was so fast that he met someone who could teleport. If Second Last had to chase after it, it would be fun. In this forest, Second Last probably wouldn't be able to catch up with the ghostly fox in her human form. She reckoned that she would have to transform into a long-tailed lynx in order to catch up with it in the forest. Beneath the misty body of the ghostly fox was a real body. Jiang Shao squatted down and took out the ghostly fox's star bead, after which he received a message from the internal star map. Ghostly fox star bead, brass quality, star technique. 1. Roar of Fear. Emits a roar that makes the enemies in the range flee in fear. Roar skill, gold quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb it? Of course not. Jiang Shao looked around and saw the headless fox's corpse in the distance. Second last had good knife skills. She managed to chop off its head. But then again, its fur shouldn't be valuable, right? Jiang Shao casually opened the space door and threw the ghostly fox star bead in. "Oh," Second Last asked. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao said, 23 gold quality ghost tiger star beads, but you only absorbed 1 silver quality rapid agility. Are you afraid?" Second Last was speechless. Jiang Shao carried the giant sword on his back and looked up at the dazzling starry sky. "Why don't you stab me to death? I don't want to live anymore. How much does a gold-quality ghost tiger star bead cost?" "Oh my god." Jiang Shao seemed to be in despair and said, "There are still 11 gold-quality ghost tiger star beads left. I don't want to absorb anymore. Take a break, then. Let's kill more ghost tiger star beads first. Enjoy the process. When you achieve your goal, you'll feel a greater sense of accomplishment," Second Last said, as she led Jiang Shao into the forest. Jiang Shao remained silent for a long time and suddenly wiped his face forcefully. "Second Last is right. Jiang Shao, you have to pull yourself together. You have to continue spending money. Spending money can change fate." Jiang Shao cheered himself on and exclaimed, "I'm going to cry." Second Last asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao frantically explained, "I can quickly find the location of the ghostly tiger through the domain tiers." Second Last said, "Sure." Dark clouds quickly gathered in the starry sky of the summer night, blocking the dazzling galaxy. For some reason, Jiang Shao suddenly felt a little sinful. It was because the starry sky was too beautiful. The rain was pattering, and Jiang Shao controlled the domain tiers to be within the range of light rain. However, the range of the rain was getting larger and larger, and it was probably going to envelop the entire forest. Every drop of rain was closely connected to Jiang Zhao's senses. From now on, his senses were far stronger than second last's. "Let's go, I found the ghostly tiger." Jiang Zhao's body floated up and was about 10 centimeters above the ground. Second last hurriedly tried to catch up with him. Although she was fast, Jiang Zhao had no choice but to slow down. Although the domain tiers were not as fast as Gu Xinji's cherry blossom domain, they were still considered fast, especially in the mountainous terrain where flying was faster than running. "It's so comfortable to go on missions with my family. I can use all kinds of star techniques, and it feels so good to fly." "There's a pack of 36 wolves in the northwest direction," Jiang Zhao said while flying. Second last wiped her wet face and said in a hoarse voice, "That's not our goal." "Roar." Jiang Zhao and second last immediately roared angrily. It was the gold quality star technique of the ghostly tiger, war cry. Jiang Zhao had long figured out the shape of the ghostly tiger's body. The huge ghostly tiger was at least 3 meters long and looked similar to the tigers on Earth. When Jiang Zhao saw the ghostly tiger with his own eyes, he discovered that it was vastly different from the tigers on Earth. The size of the ghostly tiger was far larger than what Jiang Zhao had perceived. Why? It was because the fog that was drifting from its body was especially thick, and the shape that was pieced together was extremely mighty. As for its eyes, they were also 2 bright stars. Starlight flowed within them, emitting a faint cold light. It was incomparably domineering. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao and second last each carried a giant sword and dashed towards the menacing ghostly tiger. 3 days later, Jiang Zhao and second last hid in a cave and looked at the decoy Jiang Zhao in front of them. Although the decoy Jiang Zhao's face was covered in a circular mask, his eyes were still filled with sorrow and joy, including the star beads that he had previously consumed. The decoy Jiang Zhao had absorbed a total of 35 ghostly tiger star beads. He finally absorbed a silver quality speed and a silver quality perception. The journey under the starry sky could finally come to an end. Apart from the fact that it was a waste of star beads, the combination of star techniques was a great stroke of luck. He did not absorb the useless silver quality sharpness, nor did he absorb the gold quality war cry. That's great. The star techniques of the Reign of Tears series were really terrifying. In the past 2 days, the 2 of them did not encounter any forest wolves under Jiang Zhao's guidance. The ghostly tiger and ghostly fox were not social creatures, but Jiang Zhao easily found them under the cover of the heavy rain. The ghostly tiger was easy to deal with. As the king of the area, they were leisurely hunting around. The ghostly foxes were really tricky to deal with because they were scarce in number and extremely fast. It was difficult to hunt them in the forest. The 2 of them had completed their mission successfully and had 41 ghostly tiger star beads in their hands. However, Jiang Zhao could sense that second last did not want to leave just like that. She might have been touched by Jiang Zhao's words when she entered this place previously. Jiang Zhao didn't mind giving her a way out. "Let's go see your soldiers," Jiang Zhao said carefully. As the rain stopped, second last was drenched, and she suddenly transformed into her lava form, giving Jiang Zhao a great shock. Second last's clothes were also melted by the lava form. After more than 10 seconds, second last returned to her normal form, and her clothes that were initially wet became dry and clean. There's actually such a thing? Lava body, clothing assimilation? There's so many tricks to using star techniques. The pitiful Jiang Zhao did not have any Fire Series star techniques and had no choice but to stare at second last with reddened eyes. Second last said, "Okay. TSK, TSK. She's so arrogant." However, Jiang Zhao dared not voice out his thoughts. In the cave, the decoy Jiang Zhao was using his newly acquired star technique, perception, to carefully sense everything in the world. He smelled the fragrance of the plants that had been washed by the rain, the smell of the soil, and the smell left behind by the creatures of other dimensions when they walked past this land. So, has second last always felt that way? No wonder she's so sharp. This star technique is so magical. The decoy Jiang Zhao walked to the entrance of the cave and looked out. The grass and trees in the forest in midsummer were extremely clear to him. Observant? As the rain stopped, fireflies flew out of the forest again. The decoy Jiang Xiao could even see the body structure of the tiny fireflies. Jiang Xiao suddenly asked, "What are you trying to say?" Second last asked, "Huh?" Jiang Xiao pointed at the bait Jiang Xiao at the door and said, "I sense your breath just now. When people are about to speak and open their mouths, most of them will breathe in a slightly louder manner." Second last stared at the back of the decoy Jiang Xiao and said, "You're not bad. You managed to grasp this very quickly. You even combined it with your personal thoughts, analysis, and judgment." The decoy Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "Fortunately, I've already adapted to the tier realm star technique. Otherwise, my head would have exploded from the sudden influx of information. This star technique, perception, is very different from the tier realm star technique. It's really amazing." Jiang Xiao looked at Second Last and asked, "What were you trying to say just now?" Second Last said, "Put on the mask that you conjured." Jiang Xiao asked why. Second Last said, "I need you to maintain your nine-tailed state. One of us has to stay sober." Jiang Xiao asked why. "Will it be dangerous?" Second Last shook her head and said, "No, they're all guardians of the night, so we won't be in danger. However, you'll be responsible for helping me back when I get drunk." Jiang Xiao had a peculiar expression on his face. "I haven't even met the soldiers yet, but Second Last has already predicted that I'll get drunk? Where's your prestige? Show it. Won't it be fine if I don't drink?" Unless, deep down, she wanted to get drunk with her former comrades. Jiang Xiao and Second Last looked into each other's eyes quietly. After a while, Jiang Xiao smiled and nodded. "It's rare to see you so interested and have such an opportunity. I'll protect you well. I won't talk much and I won't drink." All along, Jiang Xiao had thought that Second Last's biggest problem was trust. However, it seemed that as he got to know her better, Jiang Xiao realized that he had been biased. Perhaps Third Last's betrayal had hurt Second Last deeply and made her extremely strict in choosing her teammates, but she was not really a lonely person. It turned out that there was a group of former comrades waiting to welcome her. Second Last nodded and stood up. At the entrance of the cave, the decoy Jiang Xiao turned around and walked towards the gate of the Scourge ruins that Jiang Xiao had opened. When he passed by Second Last, he suddenly said, "Just say it out if you're touched. Don't hold it in." All of a sudden, Second Last hated the decoy Jiang Xiao, who had the star technique perception and high insight. Apex. Chapter 630. Under the dazzling starry sky, beside the flowing river, a cluster of bonfire was burning and the flames were rising into the sky, making crackling sounds and causing sparks to fly outwards. On the huge bonfire, there was a huge ghost tiger that was constantly being flipped and roasted. There was a group of men and women dressed in black combat uniforms sitting around the bonfire. The atmosphere at the bonfire dinner was much better than what Jiang Xiao had imagined. Due to the characteristics of the Guardians of the Night, Jiang Xiao naturally treated them as a group of quiet, boring men and women. Second Last was a typical example. Back when she was teaching the apprentices in the Nocturnal Mountains, she had also guided the two kids in the same direction. They were the Guardians of the Night, after all. Of course, they had to be able to endure loneliness. However, the atmosphere at the bonfire dinner was rather enthusiastic, perhaps because they were old friends. It was said that those who were off duty and those who were on shift had all turned up. A tattered guitar and a soldier who would interrupt the singing and playing from time to time because he wanted a drink made Jiang Xiao feel emotional. Jiang Xiao was not as emotional as Feng Xingyun, but the scene was indeed wonderful. Under the vast galaxy, among the dancing fireflies, the light from the bonfire shone on the faces of the soldiers. There would always be people joining in the singing along, and there would always be people who would be absent-minded, lowering their heads and not saying a word. Jiang Xiao was like a person admiring an oil painting as he stood far away by the slowly flowing river. The soldier who was hugging the guitar seemed to be in his 30s and seemed a little tipsy. He raised his head and gulped a mouthful of wine, only to have it snatched away by his companion. He laughed heartily and wiped the water stains on his lips before continuing to sing the unfinished song. Picking up the wine in the cup at dusk, I'm lonely after the wind and rain. Do you have an intoxicating smile? The wild geese fly past, the chrysanthemums are all over my head. There were more than 20 people at the bonfire dinner, but Jiang Shao still managed to find second last easily. At this moment, she was sitting on the grass with her body slightly tilted back and her hands on the grass. She was arching one of her legs and sizing up the familiar figures with her long and narrow eyes. The light from the fire illuminated her face. In a melodious and beautiful song, she vaguely felt something and turned her head. Jiang Shao retracted his gaze in time, only to see a soldier staggering towards him. Time's back is so distant. The years of the past come back to my heart. Meet. Don't snatch, haha. Sing. Continue singing. Hurry up. Amidst the cheers from afar, the song continued. In the sea of people coming and going, the people in the distance are waving at you. Wine. Jiang Shao looked at the soldier in front of him silently. He knew this person, Ho Zihu, who should be a captain. Ho Zihu was holding a wineskin in his left hand and a dagger in his right. There was still a large piece of barbecued meat that he had just cut off. Little brother, I haven't seen you in 3 days. You put on a mask. Ho Zihu smiled and said, Thank you, Jiang Shao said politely, but he put his palm in front of him, indicating that he didn't want to eat. Ho Zihu stood in front of Jiang Shao and whispered, I know she's very strict, but it's okay to eat a little on such an occasion. Jiang Shao shook his head silently and looked at the man who was holding a guitar and loudly asking for wine. He changed the topic and said, It's very nice. What's his name? Him? Ho Zihu put the dagger to his mouth and tore off a piece of greasy barbecued meat. He said, Ho Yanhuan, the easiest person to be chosen. Jiang Shao said, Haha, we all know what it means when the officer is here. Ho Zihu said with a smile, I've been working with Yanhuan for 6 years. I know what he's capable of, but I never knew he could sing. He specially borrowed this guitar. The intoxicating singing continued. Even though it was a little off-key, the voice was really very infectious. It entered the chorus stage. You have to walk the road of north and south. Don't look back. What do you swim in the wind and rain? Let the water of the Yangtze River flow in the sky, Jiang Shao said, because you guys have too little entertainment. Ho Ziyu said, Yeah, that's true. Ever since I joined the Guardians of the Night, I've never participated in a bonfire night. The officer is summoning me. Jiang Shao turned to look, only to see that second last, who was sitting on the grass in the distance, had raised her hand and gestured for them to come. Ho Zihu smiled and said, You're really strict. You haven't changed at all. In order to avoid being lectured, I'd better leave. By the way, Jiang Shao asked what? Ho Zihu walked towards the bonfire and raised the wineskin in his hand. He then said to Jiang Shao, World champion, brother, work hard. Behind the mask, Jiang Shao smiled embarrassedly and glanced at Ho Zihu, only to see that second last had deliberately pointed at him and gestured for him to come over. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and strode over. Mountains beyond mountains, buildings beyond buildings. Mountains and buildings no longer exist. Don't wait in front of the closed window. Wild geese fly past, and the fragrance of chrysanthemums fill the building. Amidst the chorus, Jiang Shao walked towards second last and squatted down. What's the matter? Second last's face was flushed, and she reeked of alcohol. The meat is edible. Jiang Shao was at a loss for words. His mask was not real, but it was an illusion. The strength of the soldiers present was above the standard. Hence, he decided to forget it. Seeing that Jiang Shao didn't respond, second last looked at the other side and pointed at the soldier who was carrying a guitar with her chin. How is he? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, I don't know. I'm not familiar with him. Second last said, Go and try him. Jiang Shao asked, Now? He's really drunk. Second last leaned back again and leaned on the grass with her elbows. She then looked up at Jiang Shao and said in a softer voice, Go easy on him, then. Are you taking advantage of me? TSK. I like it. Listen, look, and think about it. Time passes quickly. Needless to say, there are only a few rounds in life. Ho Yin Huan dragged out the last syllable and sang a beautiful ballad with a bold and unrestrained feeling. Amidst the cheers and applause, Ho Yin Huan finally received the wine pouch that had been passed around for a round. He was drunk and gulped it down, only to realize that there was not much wine left in the pouch. He raised his head in the pouch, waiting for the wine to drip down. However, he suddenly felt that there was silence all of a sudden, and only the crackling of the bonfire could be heard. Screech! There was a soft sound of the blade piercing the ground. Ho Yin Huan put away the wine pouch and looked up, only to see a mysterious man wearing a circle mask. He was Commander's teammate, a regular member of the Tail Feather team, the light chaser, Ninetails. Before the bonfire party began, Chief Second Last had strictly forbidden anyone from disturbing Ninetailed, and the light chaser had been standing silently by the river in the distance, at the side of the tent. Ho Yin Huan crawled back half a meter and stood up shakily, after which he looked at the mysterious Ninetails, who was still silent. Actually, he was not mysterious at all. Everyone knew what kind of youthful face he had behind the mask. This young man was also the one who had won the supreme honor for China a month ago while wearing the national battle robe. In fact, many of the soldiers present were wondering how such a proud son of heaven could shed his aura and arrogance and stand quietly by the river, keeping watch for everyone. Ho Yin Huan threw the guitar away and wiped his clean buzz cut with one hand. He then looked at Second Last, who was in the distance, and glanced past Jiang Shao. Second Last smirked and nodded slightly. "Haha, no problem," Ho Yin Huan said, while laughing heartily. It was the gold-quality battle puppet star technique. For a moment, the surrounding soldiers became agitated, and a voice came out of nowhere: "Fight! Fight! Fight! Fight!" One voice, two voices. Everyone yelled loudly, and their voices were sonorous and powerful. Ho Yin Huan tilted his neck and got into a fighting stance. Behind the mask, Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and did not intend to take advantage of him. He reached out and pulled out the giant sword, which he then spun and threw into the sky before getting into a fighting stance. Amidst the sounds of battle, the rotating giant blade quickly fell and stabbed into the grass. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have heard the sound of the horn of a battle as they collided with each other. "Woo! Aha!" Waves of exclamations and cheers lingered around the bonfire from time to time, resounding in the night sky. The shadows of the fists flashed and were accompanied by the sounds of the wind. The intense battle lasted for nearly 3 minutes, until Ho Yin Huan transformed into a star powerball and condensed a star powerball in his hand. Jiang Shao then stopped attacking and retreated. Ho Yin Huan immediately stopped too, and a star powerball hovered around each of his wrists. He couldn't help but pick up the star powerball and knock his head in frustration. Combat habits are terrifying, especially when you encounter a real opponent. I drank too much and got too agitated, so the battle almost escalated. It's not embarrassing to lose to the world champion. Huh. Jiang Xiaopi. Victory. Yin Huan transformed into a star powerball. He's bullying a kid. Ha 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 ha. Ho Yin Huan listened to the jokes of his comrades and couldn't help but laugh heartily. He took a few steps forward and bent down to pick up the guitar on the ground. He yelled, "Don't talk. I'll sing another song for you guys." "Woo. Okay." Ho Yin Huan plucked the strings forcefully with a smile on his face. Jiang Shao pulled out the giant sword and returned to the river in a flash. Fireflies danced under the starry sky. Jiang Shao looked at the cheering faces from afar. The so-called battle and the so-called outcome were no longer important at this moment. Singing voices drifted in the air as they drank and chatted merrily. Although the sky would never light up, the party would eventually come to an end. After a long time, Jiang Shao carried the tipsy Second Last and walked towards the tent that had been set up by the river amidst the farewells. She was too happy today, so Jiang Shao didn't intend to put her in a sleeping bag. He was going to let her sleep on the grass. When Jiang Shao tossed her into the tent and turned around to walk out, Second Last suddenly said softly, "Someone asked me just now." "Huh?" Jiang Shao turned around, squatted down, grabbed the zipper of the tent and pulled it up. Second last's voice sounded in the tent again. They asked me how I managed to convince a popular person to willingly put on a mask and hide her identity to join this team. Jiang Xiao smiled and asked, "How did you respond?" Second last sat up and looked at Jiang Xiao through the unzipped door. "My answer is that I don't know. If you do, you can tell me." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "We can use the elimination method. First of all, it's definitely not because of her beauty." Second last was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 631. 7 hours later, second last walked out of the tent. She was extremely healthy and had enough sleep. Hence, she looked refreshed, and she didn't seem drunk at all. As soon as she opened the door of the tent, second last saw Jiang Xiao standing silently by the river and guarding the tent. Second last felt a surge of warmth in her heart and opened her mouth in a bid to say something. However, she didn't say anything in the end and simply walked over. Hearing the sound, Jiang Xiao turned around and said, "You're awake." "Yes." Second last walked into the river barefooted, squatted down, and washed her face with the clear stream water. The cold stream water made her feel more awake. "Let's go," she said. Before Jiang Xiao said anything, she continued, "I'll drive." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao was on the verge of tears. This girl has finally found her conscience. Finally, he could sit in the front passenger seat for once. The two of them did not bid farewell to the Guardians of the Night. Instead, they left their tents behind and left. This place was under the protection of the Guardians of the Night, which was why it was so safe. There would naturally be someone to collect the tents. With the help of Jiang Zhao's teleportation technique, the two of them quickly left the beautiful Star Base Level 3. They showered and changed into ordinary clothes in the soldiers' lounge before rushing back to the parking lot. Second last drove the Land Rover, and this time, her long legs did not suffer too much. As the car drove on the endless road, second last took the initiative to start conversation. "What do you think of Ho Yin Huan?" Jiang Xiao rested his elbow on the window frame and rested his chin on his palm while looking out of the window in boredom. "He seems to be a cheerful person, and his martial arts are pretty good too. He was rather drunk at that time, and his physical reaction was much worse, but I can tell that he's good at martial arts." Second last said, "He's an imperial warrior." Defensive battle? Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and thought, the auxiliary faction of shield warriors? Second last continued, "I'm interested in his auxiliary star techniques, which are very suitable for the great sage. Also, if Ho Ming's damage output is really good like you said, then they should be matched with defensive players." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Oh, by the way, you've been thinking about your subordinates. Where are our other two teammates?" Second last turned her head slightly and asked playfully, "Do you need it?" Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Does second last mean that she wants the two of them to form an army? TSK, TSK. You really think highly of me. Of course, from that perspective, Jiang Xiao could actually form an army alone, and second last could be kicked out too. Oh. Jiang Xiao suddenly clenched his fists, and his bored expression suddenly turned into one of excitement. Second last asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Xiao said happily, "I'm lucky. He only used 9 ancient archer star beads to absorb a silver quality ancient archer star technique." "Only? What do you mean by only?" Second last was speechless. 9 gold quality star beads and a silver quality star technique. Is that considered luck? However, when second last saw how elated Jiang Xiao was, she didn't say anything to discourage him. Instead, she asked, "What star technique?" Jiang Xiao answered, "Silver. Exploding arrow." This time, Jiang Xiao wasn't that happy. The ancient archer general had 4 archery star techniques: exploding arrow, freezing arrow, plague arrow, sacrificial arrow. Each of them had their own special effects, but Jiang Zhao's favorite was the sacrificial arrow, which was a magical archery star technique that could deal a psychological blow to the enemy. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiao didn't manage to absorb the sacrificial arrow, However, the exploding arrow was great too because it could blast the enemy and cause flames to explode within a certain range. However, it was a silver quality star technique, after all, so the damage caused by the explosion was not as strong as expected. In the Calamity Ruins, the fifth star slot of Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map was glowing with a silver luster. Then, a fiery red bow made of astral power suddenly appeared in his hand, and a blazing arrow of fire also appeared on the string. Note, there's a small bug here. In order to avoid taking up too much space, it will be explained in the author's words at the end of the article. Whoosh! The fire arrow drew a long line of flames and pierced through the slightly dark Calamity Ruins before hitting the air wall. Bang! The sound of an explosion could be heard. It was not earth-shattering, but it was rather imposing. The flames spread out on the air wall, and the visual effect was rather good. Such a scene reminded Jiang Xiao of the group of zombies who tried to add him as a friend when he participated in the National League. What a dreamy feeling. I actually know how to play with fire too. I can even make the fire arrow explode. Jiang Xiao grabbed the fiery red hunting bow in his hand. Wrapped in star power, it didn't burn his hand at all. It was really amazing. Jiang Xiao drew the bow again, but this time he did not shoot the arrow. Instead, he pinched the tail of the fire arrow with 2 fingers and pulled it out. Jiang Xiao threw the flame hunting bow away and played with the fire arrow with his right hand, as if he had returned to high school when he was bored and twirling his pen. It's really not hot at all. Is this the difference between my fire arrow and other Fire series star techniques? Does this thing recognize its owner? In the ruins of Calamity, the decoy Jiang Xiao tried to absorb the last 2 gold-quality star beads of the ancient archer general in an attempt to add an attribute-type archery star technique to himself. However, as expected, he didn't manage to absorb anything. While driving, Second Last said, you could try to absorb the Shadow Crow star bead. It's not just to escape and enter the battlefield. You can also transform into a Shadow Crow and fly in the sky to look for traces of humans. Jiang Xiao nodded. Second Last had already convinced him about the Shadow Crow star bead. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Xiao couldn't absorb any spatial star techniques at all. That would be a real waste. The gold-quality Shadow Crow star bead was extremely functional and was indeed suitable for exploring the map. Jiang Xiao even imagined a scene where several white ghoul witches led hundreds of gold-quality white ghouls to hunt him down in the upper latitude. Then, Jiang Xiao suddenly released a flock of black crows and turned into a crow himself. He then flew away quickly above the army and said, "Oh, let's go, I'm not playing anymore." Isn't that wonderful? Would the white ghost be angered to death? However, he would have to be careful of the white ghoul, and not let it heal him with its golden blessing. By then, I don't know if I'm speaking human language or the horse-cob crow. In the Calamity Ruins, the decoy Jiang Xiao took out a bunch of Shadow Crow star beads. Although Jiang Xiao did not have an internal star map, he had long memorized the list of star techniques in the Shadow Crow star bead. Shadow Crow star bead, gold quality. 1 star technique, Phantom Crow. Summon a large number of phantom crows to disrupt the enemy. Silver, 2 star technique, Chaotic Crow. Inject star power into the illusionary crow. Extend the duration of the illusionary crow and cause it to explode. Gold quality, 3 star technique, Shadow Crow. Transform into a crow. Ingenious camouflage. The size of the transformed body is directly related to the total amount of star power in the user's body. Gold quality. The journey of paywalls continued. If he did not have enough star slots, he could make up for it with his skills. If he didn't have enough talent, he would make up for it with money. I'm really a rich and useless little healer. While driving, Second Last watched Jiang Zhao's amazing facial changing skills. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was really like a child who could change his expression at will. He could change his expression 3 times in a second. In fact, at such a close distance, Second Last could see all of Jiang Zhao's reactions clearly from the corner of her eye without having to gather any intelligence. After a long time, Second Last, who was watching the pantomime, smirked and said in a hoarse voice, "I succeeded. Yes, Jiang Shao rested his elbows on his knees and rested his chin on his hands, looking down at the ground with a despondent expression. I've absorbed the star technique, Phantom Crow. The 14 gold quality star beads are gone again. Second Last comforted him softly. You can always fight again if you run out of star beads. Put away that expression of yours. Jiang Shao muttered in displeasure. Did I get in your way? Second Last said in a hoarse voice. You're an eyesore. Humph. Jiang Shao put down the back of the passenger seat and lay down, leaving Second Last to watch his back. Second Last was about to say something, but she recalled that he had been guarding her outside the tent for the entire night. At the thought of this, Second Last gave up the urge to pick him up and continued to drive quietly. More than 10 minutes later, Second Last frowned slightly because she could sense Jiang Zhao's rapid breathing. After a long time, his breathing finally stabilized. To her surprise, after another 10 minutes, Second Last heard Jiang Zhao's rapid breathing again. What's wrong with this kid? Why does he always have nightmares? Nice, Jiang Shao exclaimed as he sat up abruptly and waved his fists. So, he didn't sleep? Second Last asked. It's done. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and said, It's done. Not only has it been done, but there are also only 3 Shadow Crow star beads left. Whether Xia Yin can absorb star techniques in the future depends on her fate. Second Last said, 42 Shadow Crow star beads, 3 left. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, There are no rubbish professions in this world, only poor players. Second Last was speechless. There were a total of 39 gold quality star beads, and he managed to absorb 1 silver quality star technique, the illusionary crow star technique, and 1 gold quality shadow crow star technique. He didn't even see the gold quality chaotic crow star technique. That's a godlike success rate. Jiang Shao was wrong, really wrong. He initially thought that after the quality of the decoy was upgraded, it would bring him endless benefits. To his surprise, it turned out to be a terrifying diamond-quality, gold-swallowing beast. At this moment, Jiang Shao finally realized that he had to work harder in the future in order to raise his own decoy. The most important thing was not to die easily. How many star beads did it take to create this star technique? How much would it be converted into yuan? Don't die. Diamond decoy. You're not losing your life. You're losing money. However, as long as you don't die, the one-time investment can be used for a long time. From that perspective, it's not too bad. Second Last suddenly said, When we get home, buy some star demon star beads from the firm. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and asked, Huh? Why? Little Jiang Shue went to fight. Second Last said calmly, She might overestimate your strength. Maybe she won't have enough star beads to use. Jiang Shao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Second Last, your sword is so fast. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 632. Oh, let's go, I'm not playing anymore. In the shadow of Calamity Ruins, a black crow with only one eye was chirping cheerfully. Although the crow was imagining what it said just now, in fact, the sound it made was just rah-rah. The spacious shadow of Calamity Ruins allowed the crow to have fun. Next, the one-eyed crow caught up with the 2 swaying bells that were floating in the air and pecked at the small bell on the head of one of the swaying bells with its sharp beak. The 2 swaying bells were placed there by Han Jiangxue. They had been playing in the air 8 meters above the ground and had witnessed everything that happened below. However, they were not interested in it. This time, they would not be able to escape Jiang Zhao's claws no matter how high they floated. Squeak! The 2 ringing bells were playing happily, but one of them was taken away. The little guy that was taken away couldn't help but widen its small black eyes and let out a panicked cry from its little mouth. Its companion beside it hurriedly floated over, but how could its speed compare to that of the crow? The one-eyed crow held the swaying bell in its mouth and performed all sorts of difficult stunts in the air. The difficulty level was as high as 3.9. It bent its knees and flipped backward for more than 2.5 weeks. The swaying bell's eyes were almost in the shape of a vortex, and it was so dizzy that it couldn't float anymore. The one-eyed crow finally let go of it. In fact, the crow was extremely dizzy too. It flapped its wings and descended, after which it transformed into a human form and landed steadily on the ground. Jiang Shao covered his head with both hands and plopped onto the ground while enduring the dizziness. He also felt that this world was magical. I can actually fly now? Can you believe it? That's an interesting phenomenon. Jiang Shao could even teleport, but flying gave him a greater sense of inspiration. Outside the shadow of Calamity Ruins, the car slowly drove into Jiangbin City. Second last sensed the changes in Jiang Zhao's expression and asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao sighed and said, "There are really too many magical star techniques in this world. I just turned into a shadow, crow, and flew around the shadow of Calamity Ruins twice." Second last asked, "How does it feel?" Jiang Shao continued to click his tongue in wonder. "It's a wonderful feeling. I finally know what it feels like to fly. Hey, by the way, I have an idea." Second last asked, "What?" Jiang Shao said, "As long as my decoy star technique is full, I'll summon another decoy and reset the star map. In that case, I'll be able to experience all the star techniques in the world." Second last was speechless. Jiang Zhao's mindset had completely changed. Money? Star beads? These were all worldly possessions. No matter how rich or powerful you are, can you afford this experience? On August 25th, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan returned with a bag full of star beads. When the two of them returned, the decoy Jiang Shao and second last were fighting passionately in the Scourge Ruins. Without a doubt, due to the star technique's swiftness and perception, the decoy Jiang Zhao's reaction was faster and his movements were more agile. He also had a sharper sense of combat. Even though there was some darkness in the Shadow Ruins, it wasn't a problem for Jiang Shao as bait. Jiang Shao was supervising at the side. Although second last would show mercy, Jiang Shao had already saved the decoy Jiang Shao several times. Fortunately, the decoy Jiang Shao would not dissipate immediately after his death. Instead, it would remain for a long time. Besides, the decoy Jiang Shao was really a person. Under second last deliberate restraint, he did not die on the spot. Every time he was injured, Jiang Shao would heal himself in time. Second last was clearly someone who couldn't stop. After the sparring session, she began to ask Jiang Shao for advice on swordsmanship. Jiang Shao left the decoy and second last to train with the giant sword while he returned home, only to see Han Jiangxue watching television in the living room. There was an entertainment program playing on the television, but Han Jiangxue's mind was clearly elsewhere. Her eyes were hollow, and she was clearly daydreaming. "You're back?" Jiang Shao asked in surprise. Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned too. She initially thought that Jiang Shao hadn't returned. After all, it was more dangerous in the level 3 world, and the ghost tiger was a gold-quality creature whose star beads were of gold quality. Hence, it would be more difficult for it to absorb star techniques. However, she didn't expect Jiang Shao and second last to return first. Before Jiang Shao could say anything, Han Jiangxue frantically asked with concern, "How's the absorption of the star techniques?" Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Perfect. Everything is going according to our expectations. The decoy now has a total of 7 star techniques, namely brass quality green glow, brass quality endurance, silver quality swiftness, silver quality perception, silver quality explosive arrow, silver quality illusionary crow, and gold quality shadow crow." Han Jiangxue's eyes lit up and she asked, "Are we just short of 2 star techniques?" Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, when I go to the upper dimension and replace brass quality green glow and brass quality endurance with gold quality, this decoy will graduate. The world is huge. We can go anywhere." A smile appeared on Han Jiangxue's cold face, and she said, "Okay." While speaking, Han Jiangxue got up and walked toward the bedroom. "Xia Yan and I killed some star beads of the star demons. By the way, what's the probability of you absorbing silver quality and gold quality star techniques?" Jiang Shao looked embarrassed and said, "Don't ask, just ask." "The results are perfect." Han Jiangxue chuckled and did not probe further. She walked from a bedroom to the living room with a backpack in her hand and placed it on the coffee table. She said, 24-star demon star beads and 11-star ghost star beads. I also killed some star spirit star beads, but I replaced them with star demon star beads. Jiang Xiao asked, replaced? Star spirits are of the gold quality, while star demons are of the silver quality. The quality of the star beads is different. How did you do it? Han Jiangxue said casually, I did it with the star warriors who are also training in the star cave. You don't have to care too much. Jiang Xiao wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Han Jiangxue. Go and let the decoy absorb it. School starts on the 1st, and we have to go back in 2 days. Jiang Xiao was touched. It was clearly a rare holiday, but Han Jiangxue had killed in the snowfield for 7 days without rest, and then went to the star cave to kill for more than half a month. Because of him, Jiang Xiao picked up his school bag and activated the Scourge ruins parallel to the ceiling. He then leaped into it and disappeared. In the Shadow ruins, second last was still holding onto her sword while the decoy, Jiang Xiao, was correcting her movements. The decoy, Jiang Xiao, was none other than Jiang Xiao himself. Hence, he did not react at all. Second last was extremely serious about training. Although she had discovered Jiang Xiao's arrival, she still maintained her posture and did not move. Jiang Xiao casually took out a star bead, and a message appeared in his internal star map. Star Demon Star Bead, Silver Quality, Star Technique. 1. White Star Fall. Summon a bright star that falls from the sky and infuses it into the target's body to heal the target's body. Silver Quality, Upgradable. 2. Blue Star Fall. Summon a bright star that falls from the sky and infuses it into the target's body to restore the target's star power. Silver Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Of course not. Jiang Xiao almost slipped his hand. If he were to really absorb it, it would be a huge accident. In the distance, the decoy, Jiang Xiao, suddenly transformed into a crow that flapped its wings and flew over rapidly. The only eye on the crow's face was glowing with a scarlet light, making it look strange and cool. Whoosh! The one-eyed crow flew towards Jiang Xiao and transformed into its human form. It landed steadily in front of Jiang Xiao and grabbed the Star Demon Star Bead. While selecting the Star Demon Star Bead, Jiang Xiao reached out and handed it to the decoy. Little Jiangxue was really meticulous. Jiang Xiao did not need to select them at all because she had already sorted them out. The Star Demon, Star Ghoul, and Star Spirit Star Beads were rather easy to categorize because their colors were different. The Star Demon Star Bead was white, the Star Ghoul Star Bead was gray, and the Star Spirit Star Bead was red. Jiang Xiao found more than 10 gray star beads in the interlayer and held them in his hand. Another message appeared in his internal star map. Star Ghoul Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique. 1. Black Star Fall. Summon a bright star that falls from the sky and infuses it into the target's body to attack the target. Silver Quality, Upgradable. 2. Gray Star Fall. Summon a bright star that falls from the sky and infuses it into the target's body. The target will be unable to move freely for a certain period of time. Gold Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Obviously, Gray Star Fall was a rare auxiliary star technique that was relatively difficult to absorb. Besides, there was a special attribute to the star techniques of the star beads. Although there were differences in the colors of the star techniques, when the user summoned the stars, they would all glow the same. They would be bright and cold stars that emitted bluish-white rays of light. The real difference in the names was that under the light, the core of the stars would have different colors. However, people would not be able to tell the difference from their appearance. That also caused the star techniques of the Starfall series to be somewhat confusing. When a person used the star technique of the Starfall series, it would be difficult to determine what star technique they were using, whether they were recovering health or mana. They might even be attacking their teammates, While Jiang Xiao was looking at the star technique information, the decoy in front of him had already sent him some good news. He managed to absorb the white starfall with just 5-star demon star beads. Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned. He had to use 5-star beads to absorb brass quality green glow. Yet, he managed to absorb the silver quality white starfall with just 5 star beads? Because Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, is it because the Big Dipper star map is very compatible with the medical auxiliary star technique? Wow, that's impressive. 3 minutes later, as the other 6-star demon star bead shattered, the blue starfall was also embedded in the decoy Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map. Is the Big Dipper star map really that compatible with the auxiliary star technique? Jiang Shao had no time to doubt it, because the truth was right there. What was the situation like when Jiang Shao absorbed the star techniques previously? Did he need more than 10 star beads to successfully absorb the star techniques? That was a piece of cake. It was common for him to absorb more than 20 star beads or even close to 40 star beads. The decoy Jiang Shao was so excited that he transformed into a crow again and flew toward second last. Second last got into an attacking stance and held the sword horizontally by her waist without moving at all. The pitch-black crow landed on the giant's sword, which did not move at all despite second last power. The one-eyed crow stretched out its little legs and jumped on the giant's sword. The one-eyed crow hopped along the long blade of the giant's sword to second last's wrist and continued to climb up to her shoulder. It then faced her ear and opened its sharp beak to yell. Cat, second last, was speechless. The words "I succeeded" turned into an annoying cat sound. However, second last was suffering because she remained motionless while holding the sword and tolerated the noisy crow. However, the decoy Jiang Shao couldn't be bothered about that. He was overjoyed because he had finally succeeded. The one-eyed crow spread its black wings and chirped loudly, cat. All of a sudden, second last moved her hand that was holding the sword. Her movements were extremely subtle, and she only moved a little. The crow on her shoulder that had spread its wings and cawed shut its mouth in an instant. The enemy advances, I retreat. The enemy gets tired, I get skinned, hee. It's terrible. The decoy Jiang Shao flew down from her shoulder and transformed into a human form. He stood in front of second last and opened the Big Dipper star map at the same time. Gold, silver, and bronze shone brightly, and 9 stars shone in his 9-star slots. The decoy Jiang Shao had completed what he hadn't done yet. The decoy Jiang Shao gestured to the 9 stars on his body and said, "Now my star slots are full. Teach me how to turn the stars into weapons." Second last body remained motionless, but she glanced at Jiang Shao coldly. "Galaxy noob, how dare you dream of turning the stars into weapons?" The decoy Jiang Shao and his acumen, sensing second last disdain, he immediately felt displeased. The decoy Jiang Shao transformed into a crow again and landed on second last's shoulder. He then spoke in her ear and said, "Cat." Second last body trembled slightly, and she suddenly had an urge to smack it to death. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 633. Decoy Jiang Zhao's 9-star slots were finally lit up. It was almost time for school to reopen. Hence, this time, second last did not accompany Jiang Shao to the snowfield. After hearing that Jiang Shao was going to the snowfield to send bait into the upper dimension, second last bade farewell and left that night. Before leaving, second last specially reminded Jiang Shao that she might summon him when he went to school to conduct an interview with the members of the light-chasing team. Jiang Shao had already given Ho Mingming's contact information to second last on the way to Damring Province. It seemed that they had already gotten in touch, and Ho Mingming indeed wanted to join the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest. To Ho Mingming, it was considered a connection. Very few people could be like Jiang Shao, who was directly recruited as a light chaser without going through the Guardians of the Night test. Of course, it was undeniable that Ho Mingming's halo was also the main reason. Otherwise, there would be no chance for him if he wasn't strong enough. Han Jiangxue wanted to accompany Jiang Shao to the snowfield, but Jiang Shao rejected her. He also promised her that he would return quickly. That was indeed what Jiang Shao did. On the 26th of August, Jiang Shao entered the snowfield of Jianan village alone and stayed in the holy ground for 2 days. On the 28th of August, Jiang Shao bade farewell to the local guardians of the night and set off for his hometown. Decoy Jiang Shao had also been sent into the upper dimension by Jiang Shao to start a new journey. In fact, at this moment, Decoy Jiang Shao was standing on the cliff and staring at the afterglow of the setting sun in the distance in a daze. Decoy Jiang Shao took a deep breath, and the cold air filled his lungs, which made him much more clear-headed. Although Decoy Jiang Zhao's essence was star power, he was still a human with flesh and blood in his current state, and his body structure was no different from that of a normal human. Okay, he had no face. To be precise, his face was a circular mask. Apart from turning his face into a circular mask, the clothes that Decoy Jiang Shao was wearing were real. When Jiang Shao used the decoy, he was wearing the uniform of the Guardians of the Night. Hence, the decoy that he summoned naturally transformed into the uniform of the Guardians of the Night. In the shadow of Calamity Ruins, the decoy Jiang Shao had already put on the real uniform of the Guardians of the Night, and the clothes on his body had also dissipated. Note that the clothes here were not like the hoop mask, which was specially transformed from the skin of Jiang Zhao's face. His clothes were not transformed from his skin, but something that came with him when he was summoned. They were pieced together by star power and covered Jiang Zhao's body. Hence, they could be replaced. Jiang Shao really didn't want to run naked in this snowy land. Well, although the star power clothing could cover and protect against the cold to a certain extent, real clothes were still more comfortable. Jiang Shao, who had the star technique of perception, was full of confidence when he came to this world again. The snowfield in the upper dimension was different from the snowfield in the lower dimension. It was not a night sky, and there were no aurora flashing in the sky. It was dusk here, and the sun had already set. However, the afterglow was still there, and one could still see patches of fiery clouds on the horizon. The orange-red light shone on the snow-covered world, making it look even more beautiful and tranquil. In the end, the silence was broken by the gurgling sound. The decoy Jiang Shao held the giant sword in one hand and was about to embark on his journey when he heard the unique sound of the white ghouls. The white ghouls were natural hunters, and some of their characteristics were not reflected in their star techniques, such as their ability to find prey. The white ghoul had already tried its best to approach its prey carefully. It had an extremely large body, so it tried its best to lighten its pace. However, there were some things that it could not control, such as the strange guttural sounds it would make inadvertently. The decoy Jiang Shao turned around and saw a white ghoul hiding behind a tree. Its snow-white fur blended perfectly with the snowfield, but Jiang Shao still managed to spot its feet that were exposed outside the tree. The decoy Jiang Shao carried the giant sword behind his back and waved his hand, after which a fiery red star power bow was assembled and a burning arrow was formed. Gold quality green glow, gold quality endurance? I'll start with you. Show the decoy Jiang Shao whistled in the direction of the tree. Roar! The white ghoul peeked its head out slightly, and its entire body was snow-white. Only its ghostly face was pitch black and abrupt. Coupled with its scarlet eyes, the scene was extremely horrifying. Roar! When it was discovered, the white ghoul stopped hiding and roared furiously. The decoy Jiang Shao smirked. Well, since the circular mask was the skin of the face, the curve of the circular lines changed when Jiang Shao grinned. It was rather strange. Come on, I'm no longer the same person I was back then. I'm going to take revenge for how you guys bullied me in the past. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, in a world covered in silver, a terrifying creature with a pitch-black, ghostly face rushed towards a creature with a strange circular face. At the next moment, Jiang Shao realized the problem. It's a creature from the upper dimension. It's a gold-quality white ghoul after all. Not only did they grow to about 3 meters in size, but their agility and speed had also been greatly enhanced. What was more terrifying was that it was the white ghoul's home ground. Of course, the entire snowfield was the white ghoul's home ground, but the home ground that Jiang Shao specifically emphasized was the forest. The white ghouls were ape-type creatures that walked upright. In the snow forest, their combat power would be greatly enhanced. The white ghoul's body flashed, and before Jiang Shao could shoot the arrow, it had already leaped to the back of another tree. It grabbed the trunk of the tree with its huge palm and swayed its body gently before landing behind the next tree. A huge, snow-white figure shuttled through the snow forest. Jiang Shao, who was holding the bow and arrow, suddenly felt like he had nowhere to attack. The white ghouls looked for cover while approaching their prey quickly. The decoy, Jiang Shao, was already standing on a cliff and had nowhere to retreat to. No, there's a place to retreat. The sensitive decoy Jiang Shao quickly collected the surrounding information. In fact, there were relatively few huge trees near the cliff. Jiang Shao stuck to the edge of the cliff and quickly retreated. There was a good battle spot 30 meters away. It was relatively empty, and there were no giant trees within 20 meters of him. Keep in mind that the white ghouls are purely melee creatures. They don't have any long-range attacks. Damn it. What's this? The decoy Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly, but he saw the white ghoul using its broad shoulders to smash a giant tree. Even though the white ghoul was huge, it only managed to create a hole in the giant tree. However, the white ghoul was not discouraged. Instead, it quickly circled around the giant tree and tore it apart with its sharp claws. At the next moment, the towering giant tree was lifted up by the white ghoul. Opportunity. The heavy tree slowed down the white ghoul's movements, giving Jiang Shao a chance to take advantage of it. Whoosh! The fire arrow flew past quickly. The white ghoul suddenly hugged the giant tree in front of its body and blocked the burning fire arrow. Rumble. There were sounds of explosions and flames. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened, only to see that the giant tree had actually been pushed over by the white ghoul. The white ghoul was not only using its strength, but its huge claws were also imbued with gold-quality green glow. Did the gold-quality white ghouls of the upper dimension already know how to make use of the terrain and even use local materials and tools? Due to the length of the giant tree, the flying giant tree was in a rotating posture. Along the way, it was blocked by the sparse trees on the cliff and shattered. Although the angle had changed, it was enough to affect the decoy Jiang Shao. Because the cunning white ghoul was hiding behind the rotating giant tree and hiding in the snowstorm. It was rushing towards him. At this moment, there was only one thought in Jiang Zhao's mind. Am I going to be tricked? Would Jiang Shao be happy about it? However, Jiang Shao no longer retreated. Instead, he tilted his body and jumped off the cliff that was hundreds of meters high. Not only that, but he even turned around in midair and faced the white ghoul. He even used the taunt technique that he had secretly learned during the World Cup. The decoy Jiang Zhao's thumb was pressed against the tip of the circular face's nose, while the other four fingers were swaying casually. A muffled voice sounded from the strange, circular face. Hiss, 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 roar. The Lord White Ghoul seemed to be displeased. Driven by anger and the desire to kill, it roared and leaped. Its sharp claws glistened under the afterglow of the setting sun, and its huge body was like a cannonball that blasted towards the decoy Jiang Shao. Puff, puff, puff. The decoy Jiang Shao, who was flying backward in the air, suddenly transformed into a crow that appeared and flapped its wings. Roar, roar, roar. The white ghoul's giant claws missed. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but there was nowhere for it to borrow strength in the air. Hence, it could only roar and wave its limbs in a frenzy to vent its anger. Hee, I can fly. The crow flew rapidly in the air, but it flew below the white ghoul and once again pieced together its human form. At the moment that the decoy Jiang Shao appeared, the exploding arrow in his hand was already ready. His qualifications might be a little inferior, and the hardware facilities might not be top-notch, but in terms of software facilities and combat intelligence, Jiang Shao had never been convinced by anyone. Rumble. The exploding arrow directly hit the giant claws of the white ghoul that were blocking in front of it. With a loud roar, the white ghoul was blasted diagonally upwards. Puff, puff, puff. The decoy Jiang Shao once again transformed into a crow, flapped its wings, and chased after it. Is it the face-to-face kiting segment again? Squawk, squawk, the one-eyed crow cawed several times, and bright stars descended from the sky and poured into its body to restore its star power. The pitch-black crow spread its wings and adjusted its angle and position before transforming into a human form again. The fiery red bow and arrow appeared in its hand again. After the exploding arrow, the white ghoul that was flying diagonally upwards finally became a white ghoul that was flying vertically upwards. At the same time, countless white ghouls and white ghoul witches in the snow forest within a radius of hundreds of miles looked up. They saw a pitiful white ghoul being continuously blasted into the sky. Below the white ghoul, a crow was circling, occasionally transforming into a human form and shooting arrows. Then, the snowfield started to go berserk. The ground was trembling, the snow on the trees rustled, and the giant trees in the snow forest swayed back and forth. Countless hunters rushed over from all directions, as if there was going to be a grand feast. Squawk, squawk, the one-eyed crow circled in the air, and its caw pierced through the sky, as if it was sending the most sincere invitation to the snowfield. Come on, I dare to be so wild when I'm alone. What are you guys afraid of when you're all in groups and gangs? Life is short. Friends, get impatient. Chapter 634. Decoy Jiang Shao planned to learn golden green glow and gold quality endurance here. Hence, the white ghoul's ear had gold quality endurance star techniques. Jiang Shao was very familiar with the gold quality endurance star techniques. Although it was still not invulnerable, it had already increased its resistance to everything to a certain extent. Do you want to blow up the white ghouls with silver quality explosive arrows? Of course, that could happen, but Jiang Shao had to be given enough time. Hence, Jiang Shao was using the hidden attribute of explosive arrows. Explode, roar, hiss, roar. The huge white ghoul bared its fangs and brandished its claws while roaring maniacally. However, it was shot into the sky by the explosive arrows. At some point in time, the arrows no longer attacked from below. Instead, they found various angles and began to bombard its head. After 7 consecutive arrows passed through the layers of fire and thick fog, a sharp giant blade had opened its fangs at some point in time. Decoy Jiang Zhao's own power attribute was also above the standard line of the galaxy stage. Screech! The giant blade spun rapidly and flew upwards, facing the white ghoul that had been blown up. The sharp tip of the blade accurately pierced into the dark face of the white ghoul. However, compared to this great technique, what Jiang Shao found even more amazing was that when he turned into a crow with the giant blade on his back, the clothes on his body, and the military boots on his feet all turned into a part of the black crow's body. This star technique is rather powerful, isn't it? Decoy Jiang Shao had already learned about the characteristics of a shadow crow in the Scourge Ruins. Long ago, when he was in Conkind, Jiang Shao also discovered that the light chaser shadow crow was very adept at using the star technique. Although the light chaser shadow crow was equipped with a tang sword, it would not lose the tang sword and the equipment on its body every time it switched between human and crow forms. Instead, it would transform into a one-eyed crow along with the star technique. The crow flew onto the white ghoul's body and transformed into a human again. Jiang Shao held the giant sword in one hand and stepped on the white ghoul's chest with the other. He then pulled the giant sword out abruptly, causing blood to splatter all of a sudden. Roar! Huh! Jiang Shao looked down in the direction of the roar, only to see a small team led by a white ghoul which rushing towards them from the east. Unsurprisingly, hunters from all directions were chasing after them. However, the small group from the east was faster. Decoy Jiang Shao quickly approached the falling white ghoul and placed the giant sword behind him. He then pulled out the dagger from the side of his thigh and quickly cut open its skull. A blood-stained gold-quality star bead was finally obtained. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao absorbed the bait. Astral power floated around him and integrated into his body. It was a pity that neither green glow nor endurance had been replaced with gold quality. The road is long. I will go up and down, left and right, flying back and forth. Jiang Shao, the bait, once again transformed into a crow. Although most of the white ghouls were looking up at the sky and paying attention to the white ghouls that had their heads torn off, the food that they longed for. However, the team that had rushed over from the north had already revealed themselves. They were also led by the white ghoul witch. The one-eyed crow circled in the sky. Caw! The white ghoul whose head was cut open fell heavily to the ground, stirring up the snow. A few white ghouls who were guarding below quickly pounced forward. If there was only one team, the white ghouls might have been paying attention to the crow in addition to the food that fell from the sky. However, when they sensed that another team was rushing over, their focus changed. Roar! The white ghoul, which roared at the new team and tried to use racial suppression to control the white ghouls of the enemy team. The white ghoul, which of the opposing team, was displeased and immediately roared. Little brother, you're trying to poach us in front of me? Are you courting death? As for the pitch-black crow in the sky, it used its lone eye to watch as the two teams engaged in close combat. Chaotic battle? Activate! The two white ghoul witches were equally ferocious and were both the kings of the snowfield. They did not have any inclination to cooperate. With prey as a trigger, the extremely bloodthirsty two groups finally fought. The one-eyed crow hovered in the air and observed the hunters who were rushing over from all directions. TSK, TSK. What a good show. Although it was an upper dimension, the white ghoul, which didn't seem to be very smart. Why didn't it use its blessing on the enemy? Jiang Shao really felt sorry for the white ghoul witch. Why did you have to bless your teammates with this gold-quality blessing? Are the thick-skinned white ghouls lacking in vitality? They obviously lack the opportunity to tear the enemy apart. Every time the white ghoul witches of both teams blessed their teammates, they would make their own white ghouls fall into a short period of confusion. Do they really think that blessing is a star technique that can restore vitality? The white ghoul, which might be stupid, but the two of them aren't. They know how to heal the white ghouls who have retreated from the front line. But aren't they stupid? Why do you have to heal your teammates? Go heal the opposing players. Wouldn't the front line be torn apart in an instant? Roar, roar, roar. Hee hee. SSS? More and more hunters joined this grand gathering. Below the cliff, roars shook the heavens. Large groups of people gathered, and it was a mess. They killed until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Jiang Shao knew that his chance had come. Let's go. One of the white ghouls had just conquered its opponent. It was cutting open the corpse's stomach and gorging on it. Another white ghoul charged over, and the two huge creatures rolled in the snow. At this moment, the one-eyed crow fluttered its wings and flew down. It stretched out its tiny legs and hopped on the white ghoul's corpse before arriving in front of its smashed head. The one-eyed crow tilted its head and observed for a while. Its long, sharp beak found the right spot, and its tiny head plunged into the broken skull. After searching for a while, it took out a gold-quality star bead that was stained with blood. Afterwards, the one-eyed crow flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. It stopped on a protruding rock in the middle of the cliff, and the blood-stained star bead on its sharp beak shattered, turning into starlight that fused into the body of the black shadow crow. However, the outcome was still not ideal. The one-eyed crow shook the blood off its small head and tilted its head to look at the chaotic large body below. It found an opportunity and flew over again. A huge white ghoul was riding on the corpse of a white ghoul. Its sharp claws tore open the head of its prey, and it held the food with both hands. Just as it was about to put it into its mouth, a crow flew past quickly. The white ghoul subconsciously waved its hands in an attempt to swat the annoying creature in front of it away. It was just like swatting a fly. The fly had indeed left, but the problem was that the fly had left with the star bead in its mouth. However, the white ghoul really couldn't resist the desire for fresh blood and tender meat. In fact, it couldn't even care less about the star bead. After waving the crow away, it didn't care much at all and bit the food in its hand. On the other hand, the one-eyed crow was targeted by another white ghoul. In this chaotic war, anything could happen. After snatching a star bead, the one-eyed crow immediately circled around and tried to leave the battlefield. However, a white ghoul seemed to have sprung up from the ground and grabbed the one-eyed crow with its giant claws. Decoy Jiang Zhao's star technique, perception, was not just for show. In the chaotic battlefield, he could collect more information in a shorter period of time and give feedback to the information that was gathered around him immediately. Hence, the one-eyed crow's reaction was it retracted its pitch-black wings and absorbed the gold-quality star bead while its body froze strangely in mid-air, seemingly about to descend. The white ghoul that took off initially relied on its hunter's instincts and roughly calculated the height of the crow before jumping. The one-eyed crow suddenly stopped flying, and the white ghoul that rushed over immediately leaped over its head. It didn't matter if it leaped over, but judging for the landing point, it should be the disaster area of the battle. There were 4 or 5 huge white ghouls fighting over there, and the scene was extremely chaotic. The one-eyed crow suddenly spread its wings again and flew behind the white ghouls that could not gain any support while calling out to them. The white ghouls were infuriated and bared their fangs and claws, but there was nothing they could do. How infuriating! In the end, the white ghouls still managed to get into the chaotic battle and even caused 2 white ghouls to be dumbfounded. They were knocked down, and the surrounding white ghouls swarmed forward, forming a small hill effect. Caw-caw! At the same time, a crow flew over their heads in a high-profile manner. The ferocious white ghouls were engaged in a fierce battle, and the identities of the hunter and the prey were constantly changing. The pitch-black crow thief was standing in the middle of the cliff with its head tilted, flying out from time to time to steal a star bead. The earth-shattering roars made the battlefield expand infinitely, and there were new hunters joining the battle all the time. That made the one-eyed crow extremely happy. It stood on the stone with its tiny feet and couldn't help but spread its wings, raise its head, and say, 20 minutes later, the pitch-black crow hopped in the snow and stepped on a white ghoul that was lying on the ground. Although most of the dead white ghouls were immediately beheaded, there were always opportunities to take advantage of in such a chaotic battlefield. Opportunities were always given to the prepared thieves. The one-eyed crow tilted its head and pecked at the back of the white ghoul's head. After a few tries, it finally took out a gold-quality star bead. As the star power surged, it fused into the pitch-black wings. The one-eyed crow's body stiffened slightly. It had already taken advantage of the chaos to absorb many star beads. This one, gold-quality green glow. I've finally succeeded. It's perfect. The crow quickly left the battlefield and continued to stand on the stone in the middle of the cliff, looking for an opportunity. Everything was perfect, but it was a pity that such an earth-shattering body did not attract anyone. The snowfield of the upper dimension was indeed too big. It was difficult to find anyone. Roar? What's that? A torn white ghoul witch? But there are so many white ghouls in the battle. Should I steal something? The one-eyed crow combed its blood-stained feathers with its sharp beak and hopped on the spot. After hesitating for a while, it decided not to fly out. Forget it, the target is still the white ghouls. I'll exchange the gold-quality endurance first. While thinking about it, the one-eyed crow flew out again and saw the corpse of a white ghoul that had been blasted out of the battlefield. It also saw the hunter that was chasing after it. The one-eyed crow flapped its wings and landed in the snow. It then hopped forward quietly and came to the side of the white ghoul. Lulu, Lulu. The white ghoul's table manners were terrible. It rode on its prey and stuffed the food into its mouth with one hand while opening the head of the prey with the other. Even when the one-eyed crow leaped onto its shoulder, it did not react much. All it had in its eyes was food, and it did not care about the annoying little guy beside it at all. Indeed, that was the characteristic of such creatures. They could not control the desires in their hearts at all. That was not an individual's performance, but the entire white ghoul population. That also made the one-eyed crow bolder, and it jumped to the side of the white ghoul's head. At the moment when the white ghoul was tearing the head of the prey under it, The crow that was hopping on its shoulder suddenly had a green glow flowing on its long, sharp beak. Peck, the sharp beak that was covered in green glow, pecked gently on the white ghoul's furry head. Bang. The white ghoul was happily eating when its body tilted and it was sent flying. Its huge body was like a cannonball that rolled and spun in the snow before being blasted 8 meters away. The crow landed and quickly searched through the torn head before flying away with a star bead in its beak. Wow, the gold quality endurance is coming too. Lou. In the snow, the white ghoul that had rolled 8 meters away caused a gust of wind and snow. It struggled to get up, shook its head, and rubbed its head with its huge claws, looking dumbfounded what happened. Chapter 635. Just as Jiang Shao was stealing shamelessly in the snowfield and pecking at the white ghouls, Jiang Shao had already rushed back to the capital with Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan. Under the notice of Vice Principal Yang Chansan, Jiang Shao was going to be the representative of the outstanding students of the Capital Star Warrior Academy and give a speech to the juniors at the opening ceremony. That was usually done by the Year 4 seniors. However, Jiang Shao was the world champion, and he was now the living signboard of the Capital Star Warrior Academy. Naturally, the important task fell on Jiang Zhao's shoulders. However, before giving a speech, Jiang Shao still had to pass the final exam for Year 1. However, regardless of whether Jiang Shao passed or failed, he had to give a speech at the opening ceremony. He would either give a speech as a senior, or he would repeat the year and speak as a representative of the freshmen. He had no way out. Jiang Shao was just a little bewildered. If he was really held back, he would be considered a freshman, but he would no longer be a freshman. In the last few days before the exam, Jiang Shao also began to crazily study. Fortunately, Han Jiangxue was around. Their revision was planned by her, and everything was done in an orderly manner. Even though Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were still studying on the plane from Jiangbin City to the capital, the photo had already spread on the internet and caused all sorts of comments. Some people felt that the two of them were putting on a show. However, the two of them had just one glory for the country, after all. Hence, there were not too many criticisms and doubts. Most people were mocking the strict learning assessment system of the Capital Star Warrior Academy. Time is running out. The world champion might have to stay back. Capital Star Warriors has a good plan. Let our God Pie stay in school and win the world championship every time. You can only participate in the World Cup twice at most. Even if you stay back until you're 80, you'll only be able to participate twice. Do you see that, kids? No matter how tough your fists are, you can't be sloppy when it comes to learning. The rigorous learning assessment system has created the glory of the Capital Star Warrior Academy. Everyone, welcome to Shanghai Star Warrior Academy. Look, he looks so peaceful when he's sleeping on the history of the Chinese legal system. Little brother, you don't understand this. The brain is empty. When you sleep with a book as your pillow, a large amount of knowledge in the book will naturally flow into your empty brain. This is very simple junior high physics. God was his witness. Jiang Shao had only just finished reciting a large paragraph. He closed his eyes and rested his forehead on the book, recalling the knowledge he had just memorized. Who would have thought that this photo would be even more widely circulated than the photo of him studying seriously? After getting off the plane, Jiang Shao also discovered the photos that were going viral on the internet. It couldn't be helped. As the world champion, Jiang Shao disappeared after participating in official activities for a few days after returning to China. He disappeared for almost a month, and there was no news about him at all. In fact, he didn't even have a Weibo account. Hence, everyone was frustrated. Countless people were paying attention to the holiday life of this legendary Chinese support, but there was no breakthrough. This photo was considered a breakthrough, and the comments below Jiang Zhao's Weibo began flooding in again. Jiang Zhao's last Weibo post was of him winning the championship and standing on the podium with the gold cup in his hand. He was also taking a photo with the contestants and the Chinese coaches. Amidst the golden confetti, there were familiar and joyful, smiling faces. That memory would accompany Jiang Xiao for the rest of his life. Initially, the comments below this Weibo post were all good wishes, congratulations, and so on. However, they were all disrupted by the news of him sleeping with a book as his pillow. Jiang Xiao thought about it and removed the photo of him sleeping with a book from the internet. He then began to edit the text. Senate Go Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not, just posted from Huawei P10 plus dreaming of year 3. Full sprint. Fist, friends in year 3, how are you doing? I'll be waiting for you in, year 3. Picture, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan were seated at the back when their cell phones rang almost at the same time. Han Jiangxue looked at the comments below with a peculiar expression. Mighty God Pi. Heavy punch. Fist wow. The toxic healer posted on Weibo. Has he been forced to post it? Huh. Are you silly? Who asked you to be so unrestrained? You've been playing for a month, haven't you? Xiaopi, fail. I managed to get in this year. I want to be your classmate. I'm sleeping, stop fooling around. There's a way out for you, but you refuse to take it. There's no end to learning. Han Jiangxue clicked on the comment and saw a bunch of 666 replies. This silly netizen. When she returned to school again, there were some changes in Han Jiangxue's dormitory. Song Chunxi had graduated, and as the captain of the team in her senior year, she led the team to the 6th place in the World Cup team competition. Song Chunxi didn't live in the school anymore. Instead, she moved out. Although she had graduated from the Capital Star Warrior University, she didn't officially graduate as a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice. Hence, she would still participate in the training as a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice. Xiaoyan also finally managed to become Han Jiangxue's roommate. Under Han Jiangxue's request, Xiaoyan moved into the room that Song Chunxi had vacated. Jiang Zhao's dormitory did not change much. The other 3 shield warriors were still there. However, he saw Ren Shu and Han Xian, but he still did not see Gu Shiren reporting in. It's already been a whole summer vacation. Where did this kid go? Did he drop out of school? On the 3rd of September, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue participated in the Year 1 makeup examination of the Capital Star Warriors University. The exams in the Capital Star Warriors University were strict. Indeed, the school definitely wouldn't allow them to copy. There were a few invigilators keeping an eye on them and the Gray Lotus lamp. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue couldn't do anything about it. The exams weren't strict, but they actually weren't. Why? Because the makeup examination actually gave them the original questions for the Year 1 final exam. There wasn't a single punctuation mark missing, especially after they returned to school. When the 2 of them reported to Vice Principal Yang Chensan, Vice Principal Yang specially instructed them to use the next few days to look at the Year 1 final exam papers. According to Vice Principal Yang, the final exam papers were very valuable for reference. Indeed, they were really valuable for reference. The accuracy rate of the questions was 100%. After the makeup examination, Jiang Xiao attended the opening ceremony of the Year 1 and gave a proper speech to the juniors on the stage the day before the Year 1 students were about to head to the Black Rock Mountain to experience the pain of Black Rock Mountain. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Xiao had previously participated in the official activities of the Star Association and the Capital Star Warriors organization. Hence, he had already been trained. All the procedures and contents of the speech were standard, which disappointed the Year 1 students. They thought that God Pi would be very mischievous. In the end, it seemed that he didn't perform well. Jiang Xiao reported the Star Pet Plan to Vice Principal Yang Chunsan. After getting second-last approval, Jiang Xiao had already set his sights on the bamboo bear. Han Jiangxue did not want a star pet and instead chose a star bead as her World Cup reward. It was a platinum qualifier star bead, but the auxiliary-type star technique was greater than the offense-type star technique. Not only did it contain an offense-type star technique, but it also contained a purification and soft control star technique. The level 1 star technique could purify the negative state in the area. The level 2 star technique could disrupt and burn the enemy star power, and the level 3 star technique could ignite the area and burn everything. Although the capital was a fire element paradise, the precious platinum star bead came from another fire element paradise, Dajiang Province. They just had to wait for Vice Principal Yang's arrangements. The siblings could finally attend classes with peace of mind, and their lives as students were on the right track. Although Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue had already started classes, the Wasteland Reclaimers instructor had yet to arrive. Don't get me wrong, the Wasteland Reclaimers were still on duty in the Capital Star Warriors, but Jiang Zhao's personal instructor, Qin Wangchuan, and his regular teammate, Song Chuanxi, had yet to show up. Xia Yin, Han Jiangxue, and Jiang Xiao were called by the instructor to the Wasteland Reclaimer's office on the west side of the administrative building after school in the afternoon to help them on duty. What does that mean? We've just started our second year, and we're considered to have graduated from the Wasteland Reclaimers? We're going to be on duty as students? Are they that confident in our abilities? There are many capable people in the Capital Star Warriors, yet they want us, 3 second-year students, to be on duty here? The 3 of them were bewildered, but they didn't object. After all, it was the best corps in China, and they didn't want to make things difficult for themselves. On the 10th of September, which was also Teacher's Day, Jiang Xiao finally met Qin Wangchuan and Song Chuanxi. It was 20:30 p.m., and the 3 of them were sitting in the office of the Wasteland Reclaimers, feeling bored. The other instructors were really at ease with the 3 of them. Hence, they took turns to rest and went back to sleep. Jiang Xiao could no longer tell if he was a student or a security guard from the Capital Star Warriors. Dong, dong, dong. Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue, who were absorbing star power, as well as Jiang Xiao, who was doing his homework, stopped. Before they could open the door, it had already been opened. Qin Wangchuan. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and muttered softly, "Let's welcome the National Flag Guard, Qin Wangchuan." Qin Wangchuan strode in with a tall and straight figure and smiled at Jiang Xiao. "Kid, you've grown up." There was a slender figure behind Qin Wangchuan. Unlike Qin Wangchuan, who was dressed casually, Song Chuanxi was dressed in a desert-colored Wasteland Reclaimer uniform. The armband on her right arm had already revealed everything. She has already become an official member of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Looking at the shocked expressions on their faces, Qin Wangchuan walked towards Jiang Xiao while explaining to everyone, some of the Year 4 students in the first batch of Wasteland Reclaimers have already been promoted and sent to the army. To her surprise, Han Jiangxue said, "Congratulations, senior sister Song." She wasn't a talkative person. It seemed that Song Chuanxi and Han Jiangxue got along very well during the World Cup journey. Jiang Xiao looked at Song Chuanxi and asked, "Where were you sent to?" Song Chuanxi stretched her finger out and pointed at her feet. "Here." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "The Wasteland Reclaimers who are on duty at Star Warriors University? Do we even need to send them? The 3 of us are on duty here every day." At the same time, Qin Wangchuan had already walked to Jiang Zhao's side and placed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "You're really amazing. You won the World Championship." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said casually, "It can't be helped. I didn't want to lose a single battle, and I won as I fought. It's just like how you made me run laps. I just have to persevere." "Actually, you can do it too, Instructor Qin." Qin Wangchuan was speechless. Ha ha ha. Song Chuanxi couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand to hide her laughter. Qin Wangchuan wanted to say a few words of encouragement, but at this moment, he had completely lost the mood to do so. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "Instructor Qin, where have you guys been? It's been 5 or 6 days since school started. I thought you didn't want us anymore. When are we going to be promoted?" Qin Wangchuan looked at Jiang Xiao with a peculiar expression. However, he turned around and leaned against the desk. He then took out a certificate from his pocket and said, "Promoted? It's the hardest for you to become one. Damn Guardians of the Night, they're really fast." Jiang Xiao said, "Huh? Speak properly, don't scold me." Qin Wangchuan was speechless. Qin Wangchuan suddenly realized that the little kid sitting next to him was a regular Guardian of the Night. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Qin Wangchuan actually took out a Wasteland Reclaimer certificate and placed it in front of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned. What does this mean? Am I a soldier of 2 teams now? Is this legal? Is this for real? Apex. Chapter 636. Qin Wangchuan tossed another document to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue hurriedly reached out to catch it. When she opened it, her palms trembled slightly. She was very familiar with such documents because her parents used to have such documents. It was a black leather document with a vertical opening. However, there was no need to open it. There was a round logo with a red background and golden edges on the outside of the document. The logo looked like a shield, but it was modified from the word wasteland, which was the same style as the knight shield on the Guardians of the Knight's documents. However, the knight on the Guardians of the Knight's document was silver in color, which symbolized solemnity and mystery. The wasteland on the Wasteland Reclaimer's document was red with golden edges, which symbolized glory and blood. Han Jiangxue looked up at Qin Wangchuan and asked, "Have I been promoted too?" "Promoted?" Qin Wangchuan thought to himself, "If you don't, I'm afraid you'll be recruited by other troops. Your toxic healer is simply a classic example of a traitor. Who knows, he might even abduct all the Wasteland Reclaimers to join the Guardians of the Night." Regardless of what Qin Wangchuan was thinking, Jiang Shao had already flipped open his document, only to realize that it was similar to the Guardians of the Night's document. He opened the document and saw a card that looked like an identification card in the interlayer. There was a half-length photo of Jiang Shao on the top of the card, which was also taken when Jiang Shao entered the Capital Star Warrior Alliance. He was wearing a clean white shirt and had a bright smile on his face. Below the photo were the words Jiang Xiaopi, and below the name were the words Capital Wasteland Reclaimers. Wow, Capital Wasteland Reclaimers? On the Guardians of the Night's document, there was the light-chasing regiment below the Northwest Guardian of the Night's document. On the Wasteland Reclaimers document, there was the word Volunteer Corps below it. Volunteer Corps? What does that mean? Weren't volunteers supposed to be conscripted soldiers? Wasn't there such a thing as being conscripted soldiers? Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, "Are my parents, whom I've never met, also part of this so-called Volunteer Corps? This Wasteland Reclaimer Volunteer Corps should be different from ordinary volunteers, right? Maybe it's just the name." Jiang Shao hurriedly flipped to the back and looked at his detailed information. Once again, Jiang Shao discovered the difference. The Wasteland Reclaimers did not give him a rank, and the specific position was written as Capital Star Warrior Wasteland Reclaimers Batch 1. Oh my God, the Imperial Capital Star Warrior University is like a military school. Are you forcing the Capital Star Warrior Alliance to train the Wasteland Reclaimers? It was confirmed. Capital Star Warrior, you are the real working emperor. Countless capable people worked hard to get into the top university in the country, the Capital Star Warrior University. In the end, they found out that they had actually entered the Capital Wasteland Reclamation Military School. Qin Wangchuan was like a drama actor. He pretended to take out another Wasteland Reclamation Army ID. Wow! Xia Yan's eyes immediately widened, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Qin Wangchuan waved his military officer identification card and said, "Han Jiangxue has become an official member, and Xiaopi has been included in the Special Volunteer Corps." As for Xia Yan looked at Qin Wangchuan pitifully, like an obedient puppy. Huh? Qin Wangchuan's face stiffened because the military officer identification card in his hand had been snatched away by Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao flipped it open to take a look. Indeed, Xia Yan should be the same as Han Jiangxue. They were not a volunteer corps. Although they were also students of the Wasteland Reclaimers in the Capital Star Warriors Wasteland Reclaimers, they were given a rank of second lieutenant. Besides, they were from the Wasteland Reclaimers. Jiang Shao looked at Qin Wangchuan and said, "You didn't get my file, did you? My account has long been destroyed by me. I've been keeping watch over there." Qin Wangchuan snatched the military officer identification card back and couldn't be bothered to talk to Jiang Shao. TSK, Second Lieutenant Xia. Jiang Shao looked up at the pitiful Xia Yan. Jiang Zhao's rank was that of a first lieutenant. Most college students would be promoted to a first lieutenant after they graduated. The difference was that Jiang Shao had yet to graduate and was only a freshman. Qin Wanchuan took back his military officer identification card, but he didn't give it to Xia Yin. Instead, he continued, Han Jiangxue and Xiaopi have proven their abilities and potential in the international competition. You, Xia Yin, still need to go through a promotion assessment. Xia Yin pursed her lips in displeasure. Of course, there was nothing much to say. She reckoned that it was all thanks to her regular teammates that she had the opportunity to become a regular member in her freshman year. Han Jiangxue asked, "What assessment task is it?" Qin Wanchuan looked at Xia Yin and said, "I heard that you lack a summoning weapon star technique to go along with your Blade of Desperation star technique." Huh? Xia Yin's eyes widened and she nodded repeatedly. Qin Wanchuan nodded thoughtfully and said, "Let's set the venue of the assessment in the Cave of Desperation." Xia Yin opened her mouth slightly and thought, "How is that an assessment? It's a disguised opportunity for me to enter the Cave of Desperation so that I can gain experience and grow." Qin Wanchuan is such a heartwarming man. Is this the legendary man who's determined to be the king of spare tires? Qin Wanchuan gestured to Song Chuanxi and said, "I've gathered all the members of your wasteland reclamation team. It's been a week since school started. It's time for you to go out and participate in the practical class of wasteland reclamation apprentices." "Okay, where do we set off?" Xia Yin hurriedly agreed. Qin Wanchuan said, "We'll set off at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Tonight, your team will be on duty here and discuss the battle plan. After the wasteland reclaimers come to change shifts tomorrow, the four of you will wait for me at the school gate. By the way, when the team delivers breakfast to you tomorrow, we'll send you your clothes. Remember to dress neatly." Everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Wanchuan nodded in satisfaction and left leisurely. He reckoned that he had gone back to sleep. Xia Yin looked at Han Jiangshue's Wasteland Reclaimer certificate enviously, only to discover that Jiang Shao had placed 2 certificates on the table and seemed to be comparing them. Xia Yin leaned over curiously and looked at the 2 black certificates. One of them was a silver shield with the word Knight written on it, while the other was a golden red shield with the word Wasteland written on it. Well, not bad. The next target is the Victor's Legion, Jiang Shao said while rubbing his chin and muttering to himself. Xia Yin asked, "You're not as pretty as me, but you're dreaming, aren't you?" Jiang Shao looked up at Xia Yin and suddenly chuckled. "Do you still remember the college entrance examination back then?" Xia Yin asked why. Jiang Shao counted with his fingers and said, "Li Wei, Han Jiangxue, and I, the 3 of us who have been specially recruited, will accompany you to the college entrance examination." Xia Yin blinked and said, Jiang Shao gestured to the house again and said, "Now, Song Chuanxi, Han Jiangxue, and I, the 3 official wasteland reclaimers, will accompany you to the examination." Xia Yin rubbed her chestnut-colored hair and thought, that does seem to be the case. Jiang Shao sighed softly and said, "You're the real favorite, Second Lieutenant Xia." Xia Yin was speechless. The 4 of them talked about the recent situation and studied the desperados in the Cave of Death. They discussed the battle plan before taking turns to sleep. Jiang Shao liked the atmosphere in the team very much. Song Chuanxi was a gentle person. As a melee fighter of the Black Flames Legion, her personality was far more cheerful than Xia Yan's, and she clearly distinguished life from combat. Her smile was very infectious, and she still had beautiful lipstick on her lips. Whenever she smiled, the entire room seemed to be brighter. Song Chuanxi, who had such a personality, was appointed as the captain of the team by Qin Wanchuan. She also took the initiative to let Han Jiangxue take over as the commander. After all, Han Jiangxue was also the commander of the team during the World Cup. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao discussed for a while before agreeing to such a decision. According to Song Chuanxi, the higher-ups had already confirmed her position. At the very least, before Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin graduated, Song Chuanxi would be stationed in the capital Star Warriors Legion. She would also try to take on the role of an instructor and groom the second batch of Wasteland Reclaimers selected by the capital Star Warriors Legion. In fact, Han Jiangxue had already become a permanent member, and so was Xia Yin. It didn't matter if she stayed in school or not. However, the Capital Star Warriors Legion would definitely not let Han Jiangxue leave. Most importantly, from a personal point of view, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin were still too young, and they really needed the 3 years to grow. After 3 years, the team would probably carry out ordinary missions like the other Wasteland Reclaimers. Qin Wanchuan, or rather, the Wasteland Reclaimers, had a good plan. Couldn't they get Jiang Zhao's military record? It didn't matter. They just didn't send anyone to the team and let the 4 of them carry out the mission together. Even if Jiang Zhao was a volunteer corps and belonged to the foreign aid, would he come when the team carried out the mission? Would he come when Han Jiangxue was going to destroy the holy ground in a certain dimensional space? Would he feel at ease, even if we explicitly told him that we would send an outstanding assistant to the team to carry out the mission together with the team? The Wasteland Reclaimers were indeed behaving this way because Jiang Zhao was too hardworking. World Cup individual champion, medical auxiliary star warrior. That's a godlike achievement. On the other hand, the Wasteland Reclaimers were also feeling rather helpless about Jiang Zhao. Ho Mingming, as an excellent output player, her combat style and characteristics were simply tailor-made for the Wasteland Reclaimers. The arrogant Ho Mingming had only been thinking about becoming the champion of the World Cup individual champion during her 4 years in college. She rejected all invitations and made it clear that she wanted to focus on one goal. She would talk about work after the World Cup. In the end, when the World Cup ended and the Wasteland Reclaimers sent a representative to talk to Ho Mingming said, "I'm going to keep vigil." At that time, the 2 Wasteland Reclaimers were dumbfounded. You have such potential, and you're such an explosive output player. Why are you going to keep vigil? Heavens? That's obviously where Zhao Wenlong should be. The feud between the Wasteland Reclaimers and Jiang Zhao would probably be entangled for a long time. The next morning, the 4 of them washed up and ate the breakfast sent by the team. They also changed into the custom-made military uniforms. Under normal circumstances, the uniforms of the Wasteland Reclaimers were rather casual, and there was no uniform standard, which highlighted their characteristics as the best army in China. The most important thing was the armband. As for the rest, there were no rigid standards as long as they didn't stand out too much and wore military clothes. Do you like to wear scarves? Do you like to wear hats? Do you like to wear Martin boots? It doesn't matter as long as you're comfortable. As long as one could comfortably rush into the dimensional space, destroy the holy ground, and return safely, it would be fine. However, the few sets sent by the team were desert camouflage. As for what they would wear in the future, they could just customize it privately. Then, the mischievous Jiang Zhao specially took a photo and sent it to second last after dressing up neatly. He also added a line of words below. "Don't worry, they can only keep my people here." Top that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.